pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business will be to approve the minutes from last week.
So moved.
Don's moved,
All second.
and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Actually, there's nothing in consent agenda. So Angie, if you wanted,
Yeah.
we've got a few minutes.
I handed out a motion before the meeting on, it's on for notice for auctioneer services for the county auction to be held on Saturday, April 16th. Since we're at the end of August right now, getting ready to go into September, usually the auctioneers need a little time to get something scheduled. So I think if I were to publish, which going by experience, I've done that before and we didn't get any back because they already had dates put in, that were already taken. So does this sound like an okay date for you guys to do an auction? I figure we'll get past the winter and go into spring.
Fine, I mean, good time to have an auction.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Does this auction include what the county, like the road and bridge?
yes,
Does it also include the sheriff's department?
yes, it includes all county
Okay.
offices.
I
And we
know the
also,
sheriff's there for some time been asking or
yeah,
quite a bit.
and
So it
this,
includes the whole thing.
yes, and we've also offered to outside agencies before, like the fire station, who else have you done?
Actually, I think we've offered to the cities also.
The cities, but you gotta keep it all separate, so that
Right.
they can, but this will also give us time to, plan for that, to get everybody on board and get all the items on the sheet to get to the auction and stuff.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
So,
So we want-
move to authorize the county clerk to publish notice for auctioneer services for the county auction to be held on Saturday, April 16th, 2022.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved. Jesse seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Pardon me?
I said, that was easy.
Yeah, well, I actually didn't look to see the consent agenda or miscellaneous motions, it was kind of empty, so
Yeah.
good timing on it. With that being said, we're running a little ahead. Wade, if you're ready.
Morning.
Good morning.
First, I guess the topic is the Justice Center, and I guess the idea this morning is to talk about rumors and misinformation and do it in this forum and setting so that the best way to handle rumors and misinformation is to cancel those things out with facts. So some of what's been discussed and going on behind the scenes has to deal with this one particular rumor. This is a Randy Rogers versus Tom Johnson thing. And Randy Rogers, trying to remember how it was captioned to me, that Randy Rogers, he tried to get in jail before and he couldn't, and now Tom Johnson can. So what's the difference between the two? And instead of having that debate go back and forth, Randy Rogers is here to take the stage and explain his position related to the Justice Center. So at least initially, I'll turn it over to Randy Rogers and let him speak on his own behalf.
How's Tom? I'm alive, thank God. How's everybody this morning?
Good.
I haven't been in this environment for a while, and it's okay.
Consider yourself lucky.
Yeah, well, already getting healed up, Hey, I just wanted to come in and I visited with Wade and I'd heard this rumor and stuff, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't kept up on everything since I retired, but I thought, for my time and my administration, I believed in the jail project and the Justice Center project, and I still believe in it. Knowing that the safety concerns and liability and all those issues that I know you guys are well aware of still exist today. And so I just wanted to come in and just say, I support the project. I believe in it. We identified the industrial park early on. It was one of the sites that was identified last fall. It was a no-brainer. It had the infrastructure, it had the utilities, it had everything, accessibility. We could get it away from the schools. It had so many positives and very few negatives that it just made sense. And so I made some assumptions from my administration that things would just go ahead and flow smoothly, and that the city, the council, the mayor would work through it, and perhaps, whatever would be worked out, and the county would be able to proceed with a building site. As to what's taken place with the project since I retired, I'll be honest with you, I haven't kept up on it. Just kind of done my own thing, and I haven't kept up on any specifics. And so I just wanted to come in and set the record straight that I do support this project. I know how important it is. And I applaud you guys as county commissioners. It's not easy to spend this kind of money, or to consider spending this kind of money for a justice center or jail. If it was a school or something else, obviously that's a positive. The public perceives it as a positive thing, and nobody necessarily perceives a jail as a positive thing. But you guys understand the liability, the safety, and all the issues that are involved with what's going on. And I applaud you, because, I look back on it, and if you don't do anything, and down the road something happens liability wise, it affects our premiums as a taxpayer, and eventually you have enough claims, then premiums or insurance becomes a problem. And so I just don't want to see us as a county, and I think Sheriff Johnson is here, and I think he and I both kind of are cut from the same fabric. We want something practical, maintainable, sustainable, and workable for everybody. So anyway, I'll just keep it short, but I told Wade I wanted to come in and just let you guys know that if I can be of any help, I'll be glad to help any way I can on this project and stuff, and try to move it forward. So I appreciate your time.
Thanks for coming in.
All right. Thank you,
I know when I
guys.
first came on board as commissioner, I wasn't 100% on board with the new
Right.
center. But after sitting on a committee and hearing some of the jailer stories, and taking a real hard look at it, I became 100% on board. So.
And I think it is an education process. And I told my wife, I said, I don't know how you get that out to the public. What's the right manner? But it was funny that after Wade and I talked, ironically, I was watching the news, and there was a news story on channel, I think it's 13 News, about Osage County and their attempt to try to build a new jail and sheriff's office. And ironically, they're facing a lot of the very same issues. And their jail was built in a relatively same time period in the 80s as was this jail. Their sheriff's office used to be with their jail, and they became overcrowded. And so for those not familiar, the county up there bought an old nursing home and converted a nursing home into a sheriff's office. And then the sheriff is out on the outskirts of town, but the jail's downtown. And it became, and it's been a battle, I know, for Sheriff Dunn when she was sheriff. It was a tough solution for her, and then now they got a new sheriff, Sheriff Wells, and he inherited a lot of that issue. And so he's been working hard up there, I know, to try to figure out the best way to educate the citizens of Osage. So I don't know what can be done to try to, I know that there's going to be people that oppose it. There'll be people that support it, but I just ask everybody to do it based on facts and not rumors or misinformation, and and do it based on reality. And then everybody has a right to an opinion, you know, one way or the other. And I guess that's all my hopes is, and I'll support it. I mean, I'll never quit supporting what I know is right in my mind for the county and for the citizens, and as a taxpayer now and stuff, I know it's the right thing to do long-term for our county, so. and so-
Appreciate your continued support.
with that. Everything I see isn't out of line, so it's just how do we get that information out to the public and accurate information. So if I can be of any help, I'm willing to help any way I can, because this is important.
Thanks for coming in.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You bet. Thomas, how you doing?
So the second part of this
Oh,
topic is what I'll just call transparency. And why transparency is important, transparency this entire time through this entire project, that's what this board has attempted to do with the public and how this Justice Center project would move forward. Now, one of the rumors behind the scenes is backdoor handshake agreements and that type of thing. And there are a series of emails and correspondence between our current sheriff, Tom Johnson, and the mayor of the city of Burlington that dealt with the property that I think is in question with this purchase option agreement. And what I might do is just have the sheriff come up and sort of explain how that started and how we got to where we are at this point.
What guard is on? I got it, man.
It's my department phone.
Yeah.
Morning all. So, you know, when I came in late November, late December, and transitioned over, you know, Sheriff Rogers had pictures on his desks and a notebook full of papers, and said that Lawrence Goldberg was in charge of the architecture of this place. And how that came about, I don't know, I didn't care. He just said, that's who we have. And he said there was 3 properties. And we looked at those properties, and come January when I was sworn in, I picked up where Randy left off and started working. And first meeting I had with Lawrence Goldberg from Goldberg and Associates, he's got some overlays put on a GIS map. And he says, you know, here's plot number 1, it's gonna be tight. Same as plot number 2, they're gonna be tight. And I said, I'm not interested. Why would I spend $20 million on a project that's tight from the day that I get it? Where's the next plot of land? And they said, industrial park, Southtown. And there's 20-some acres there. That was the spot that I focused on when he said there's 20 acres. That's how we came to that property. And so one thing led to another, and after the second or third meeting with Goldberg, he said, you know, it's gonna have to have some minimum infrastructure. And so I reached out to Mayor Luke and said, you know, what's the water, sewer, electricity, and all the minimums that Goldberg told us that we needed to have. For example, if we need to have a 4-inch water line, there's an 8-inch line there. You know, everything was well above the maximum, above the minimum standards that we needed for that infrastructure. Everything's already set there. It's already got sewer, electric, plumbing, everything is all there, water, everything. So it was an easy focus for me. And Mayor Luke said that, quoted a price on the land, and said they had bought the land in 1994 for a project, and I've never had another bid on it since that time. And so emails went back and forth between Mayor Luke and myself since March or April. I don't remember when the first email was. And again, I assumed that everything was going fine because there wasn't any conversations about that there was any discrepancy or disgruntled people, and I knew there would be. I wasn't totally naive. I knew that somebody somewhere would complain about moving the jail to their backyard. But I didn't think it would be that way with the 20 acres. So we continued on focusing on that project. And when the Goldberg and prosecutor said it's time to think about making an option to purchase on this land so someone doesn't bite up underneath of us, that was the next step. And I asked if I needed to be there at that meeting, and I was told, nope, there's not an issue. And at about 9:30, after the city council meeting, the first one, Mayor Luke texted me and said, it hadn't even got a motion, it died. And so that's what started my first inclination that something wasn't right. 2 weeks later, I went back to the city council, Wade and I did, and we gave them a little presentation, a little spiel and everything, showed them some pictures because they were waiting. There were a lot of people there and they were angry and they wanted answers. And, it was the rumor that there was going to be a 300, 400 bed facility with federal guards standing on it with watchtowers and, lights shining all over, like a film movie, back in the 30s. And that was far from the truth. As you all know, from day one, it's always been a 78 bed facility. But again, rumors went flying. So we tried to quash those rumors, and that's where we're at. Obviously, it didn't go through with the city on the option of purchase, and that's fine. If the city doesn't want us there, that's their prerogative. There's other ground in Coffee County we can move on. So, I'm here to tell you that we will move on. I think that the city has spoken and said they don't want us there. And so I'm just here to tell you that we will move on. There is other land in Coffee County. I just happen to know, an entity that has 600 some acres. And I think they're pro law enforcement here and will work with me. And again, I'm talking to you because you own that ground. That's all I have for you today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks for the update, Tom.
So moving back to the purchase option agreement, and this also probably ties into this last Wednesday's Burlington City Council meeting, which I just happened to sit at just as an observer. The city attorney for the city of Burlington brought up the purchase agreement and what the city's options were. And the options are you can do nothing, which it's their prerogative what they want to do with the purchase option agreement. But one thing that was brought up was, well, if you do nothing, then the county could do something extraordinary. And what that was, and I'm sure it will be reported in the paper, but eminent domain condemnation. So eminent domain, if you don't know what that is, the power to take private property for public use by the state, municipalities, and private persons or corporations authorized to exercise functions of public character. So the concern would be that Coffee County would take that property from the city of Burlington. And I want this board to make it clear that that's not an option on the table. That's been my understanding the entire time. Either the city would voluntarily sell that property to the county, or the county would move on. And so that's not an issue. The city doesn't need to worry about that. Eminent domain is not on the table. And finally, what I would recommend is that the board consider, with all the misinformation and rumors that have, I guess, permeated from this project, that the board consider having a special meeting at some point in time. And that special meeting would be in the evening so that the people who have concerns or want to voice whatever it is they feel about this project one way or another, can do so. 9 o'clock on a Monday morning, people are at work. They can get on, they can watch the YouTube live stream, but they can't come in and voice their concerns or their opinions or ask questions. I think that's important. And I think to have the entire board available to be able to answer those questions the best they can would be important, so that the board can hear from their constituents, the members of each and every community in the county, because they have the opportunity to attend. And that would be the sole and only topic on this special meeting agenda. So that would be my recommendation, considering where we are, because this is a very important project, and it's, as I said before, investing in the future. So I don't know if there's any questions. This is sort of just an update on where we are, and you got to figure out how you want to move forward.
Where would you suggest that meeting be held at here? You know, you might need a pretty good sized room. At 4-H building or school or library?
I think this is about as big as the library room is.
This is here, yeah.
The 4-H would be the ideal place, that way many participants want to be there.
4-H would-
Ample opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and there's plenty of parking down there.
Yeah, there is.
We'd have to coordinate and work with Brad to see if he could set up the recording equipment so that it could be placed on YouTube. I don't know if that's something that he can do. I don't see him in here,
No.
but I'm sure he can. I think there's internet access out there.
Yes.
That would be the only thing. But
With that not being an official commissioners meeting, can all 5 of us be there and respond if we're asked to?
if it's a special meeting,
It is.
We'd be in session.
You will be in session.
that's why you call a special meeting.
Yeah.
Similar to what we did last November with what was it, the mask mandate issue.
Right.
That to me, we need to be in session.
Yeah, that would be the whole point. So you would be in session. It would be an evening where you could talk, you could discuss, and it's an official meeting, just a special meeting. So that's all I have.
Any questions, any conversation on that? Anybody wants to share? No, we'll move ahead. Stan?
Morning.
Morning.
3 weeks ago, I was here looking at the waiver of landfills for nuisance properties. And at our last council meeting, we condemned the property at 302 South 10th Street. We are in the process, it's been advertised in the newspaper for the last 2 weeks for the bids for the demolition. We would like to include in that the fact that the waiver of the landfill fees for that piece of property. At the time I was here before, they indicated that we need to come on each individual property, which is fine. No blanket agreements on that. So today I'm here to ask if during the month, we're proposing to have the facility totally demolished during the month of September. Bids will be opened on the 30th of this month. And weather permitting, we would get it all done in that 30-day period of time. So I'm just asking for the waiver of the landfill fees for that particular piece of property.
Is this the property that another residency may go back in place of, Stan? or-
It's a.
We normally ask a question.
It's a piece of property that
right now it's identified by FEMA in the edge of the floodplain. So I don't know all the criteria that they would have to meet if they were to put a structure there. I know a couple of the neighbors have indicated that they might be interested in purchasing the property just to add to put a garden or whatever they want to in there as the adjacent to what they currently own.
I'm familiar with the property, and he's correct, it to be probably close enough to that creek there to get something rebuilt there. And I don't think the lot's all that big to begin with, but still, it's an eyesore, and it's probably a health hazard as well, so.
Needs to be cleaned up.
Yes.
So we said we would, and it's in my district, so I'm gonna make the motion to waive landfill fees on South 10th.
And I'll second that.
All in favor, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes 5-0.
All right, that's all I have, and we'll get it out of there hopefully in September.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Bobby, are you assembled?
Yes, sir.
We're running a little ahead.
That's good. Remember all this. Even though we're running ahead, by the way, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Even though we're running ahead, I would assume that the commission might want to take as much time as possible in discussion with the bond attorney who is here today. That would come in two parts. A public discussion here before the commission regarding financing options, specifically bond issuance. The second part of his appearance today would need to be an executive session to discuss creation of a political subdivision in another part of the county. So I'm going to bring up the department position transfer that was discussed last week. The commission decided to wait until this week when the attorney was back. He's outside. If you wouldn't mind, may I go grab him?
Good luck.
We were discussing the topic brought up last week, which was a departmental transfer of personnel from planning and zoning from under engineering, highway department to economic development. And the commission deferred to wait until the county council was present. Is there any specific question you would have for county council?
Not I.
I don't think we had the question. I didn't know, I think we was kind of leaning towards Wade to make sure that this was going to be properly done, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I think as long as there's a motion and the TOO for both departments has been amended and modified, I think those are the conditions precedent to happening.
Has office space been set up or dedicated for this position, or is that still work in process?
Still a work in process, but there is an option that we could move on pending other things, and I'm just stringing it out as long as possible, just to see what is coming down the pipe. But we could move at any point to locate that person in the courthouse.
But there's also the option that just because we transfer the job position doesn't mean we need to transfer the physical position today.
Yes, sir.
So we're still working on office space for this individual. Yeah. Okay. Guess I'm at a loss for words, so we need just a motion to transfer, zoning administrator Heidi Harris under the direction of Bobby Skipper, economic development director.
I'll make that motion.
Would that be a correct terminology, correct enough?
I think you're moving her from under the direction of Wayne Blackburn and Road and Bridge to economic development, and then you also need to make sure the motion also encompasses the modification to each one of those table of organizations. So there'll need to be a new table of organization, and I think you have
Yes,
that
sir.
already.
I've already amended the documents.
So we do not need that table of organization approved first or second or today
Simultaneously.
simultaneously. So you have yours. So that means Wade will have to readjust his as well. We can approve it at a later date. Is that correct?
I think historically you've done both of them at the same time.
I mean, as far as Wayne's,
Right.
do we have one of Wayne's yet, though, I guess what I'm saying.
That I don't know. I thought both of them were presented to you at the same time, but that I've not seen.
I have not either. I mean, I haven't seen
You
you.
haven't seen the wings.
No. So even without Wayne's, can we proceed with this transfer of power, so to speak?
You can proceed, because it'll need to be followed up.
Okay. And he'll be in here next week, and I'm assuming we can do it at that time. Okay, his change his table of organization. Okay. So the motion would be to move Heidi Harris under the direction of zoning administrator, under the direction of Bobby Skipper, economic development director. And then Jesse's moved,
Also,
Tim seconded. Any further discussion on that? All in favor, say aye. Motion passes 5-0, and then you have the table of organization, you said.
Yes, sir. And I'll submit them to the commissioners to coincide with Wayne's meeting appearance
Okay,
before the commission next week.
and we can do those simultaneously, okay, all right.
The next thing on my appearance would be the approval of Phase 2 environmental for the Parsford property. Prior discussion, it was decided that there needed to be a Phase 2 right up front. The state process was going to take a lot more effort and time and possibly money. We reached out to private firms to accommodate that Phase 2, and the one we settled with gave us a price, submitted the actual proposal to the county attorney, and so he reviewed it and vetted it, and we went back to the engineer. We thought it was a little pricey, and they lowered the price. So I would ask today for approval from the commission to move forward with the Phase 2 at a price of $8,000. It will be a petroleum-based assessment on the property, and they can start right away.
So
What was the estimate? The estimate, the bids come in at 8,000. What was the estimate? You had done some research prior to, wasn't it like
just
5
under,
or 6?
just under 10.
Just under 10,000.
It's $9,400 was the first price, and then after negotiating with them, we got it under 8. Right under 8, $7,900.
Any further discussion? Need a motion, correct, to approve the Phase 2 environmental, how do you pronounce that? Or
Phase 2 environmental, Parsford LLC.
they're the ones gonna do the,
That's the property owner. Yes, sir.
so we need the, you have to get the terminology correct here. Losing words this morning, guys, losing words. So we need a motion to move forward with the environmental
phase two,
phase two,
on the, property, old Udo gas station, owned by Moshaw, titled under Parsha LLC.
yeah.
I'll make the motion.
Tim made a motion. Hopefully the verbiage is correct enough for you, Andy.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I butchered the heck out of it. I'm sorry.
Wade may have helped spell that, so.
Move to approve phase two environmental, what is it?
Environmental,
What's the name of the company though, Bobby?
CFG.
CFG. So we need to include that in there for CFG to do the assessment on petroleum. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Basically, you're entering a contract. You're entering a contract with them.
correct.
Okay. Move to approve CFG to do the assessment on petroleum for phase two environmental on the property of the old Udo gas station and by Parsha LLC.
That'll work. I think it's,
That's what I got.
so that being said,
Second.
Jesse, Tim moved, Jesse seconded. Any discussion? Only thing I would say, and I think this is a necessary step in order to get that property cleared up, if you will, for possible resale. And Bobby and I spoke on this, and it's not like the county's gonna lose any money. I mean, we'll get our money back. That's not an issue there, so.
Yeah, this $8,000 is covered by the state.
Yes, sir.
Reimbursed it back to us.
Correct.
Correct.
That way we're not buying a piece of property that's gonna cost $50,000 to clean it up.
Yes, sir.
And you need environmental attention, we still have assistance on that, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
Or we can back out of the purchase.
Correct. If the report comes back, the ground is unsuitable, has problems, absolutely, commission, our attorney allowed the contract purchase agreement to give us right of refusal.
With all that being
Can I
clarified.
add a couple things to this motion, just based on the conversation you had there?
I'm sure.
Okay, so can we add in the amount of 7,900, what did you say? Or not to exceed $8,000?
That'll work.
Yes.
Okay, and then, that's a state grant?
No.
Is that what you're, okay.
It will be reimbursed by the state.
Okay, exceed $8,000. Reimbursable by the state.
By the tank section of KDFG.
Okay, so move to approve the contract with CFG to do the assessment on petroleum for phase two environmental on the property of the old Udo gas station owned by Parsha LLC in the amount not to exceed $8,000, reimbursed by the tank section of KDFG.
That work for you?
Yes, I
Make you
think
feel
that's
better?
it. Yeah.
I understand, believe me. So with all that being said, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
At this, I'm sorry. At this point, I would like to bring forward the bond attorney. His name is Mr. Joseph Serrano from Kutek Rock firm. And he would like to talk about governmental bond financing specific to the county. And feel free to ask any question. This is he's going to answer any question you have.
Hopefully. Joe Serrano, Kutek Rock. We are a national firm. I'm located in Kansas City. We started our firm with public finance and it's grown into a full service firm, over 18 offices. Mr. Skipper invited me down here a couple times to talk about some projects. And recently he mentioned to me that there is the correctional facility is a topic of discussion. And I'm happy to answer questions alternatives. Mr. Skipper did advise me of possible purchase of bonds by the county. We need to talk about that, if that's the process. So I have an idea as to what the project is, but I'm here to answer questions associated with this one.
So he presented us, and pardon me if I don't have the options in front of me, I think I do. One was 50% of the money, coming out of our, reserve funds, and then another 50% being split up between the three banks locally, approximately $5 million apiece, for a, conventional loan, so to speak. The other was 50%, again, reserve funds, and then 50% bonded. And then there was a third option would be 100% bonds. So,
I'm happy to talk about each one of those.
we, all of us have the mindset that whatever's done, we do not wish to raise any taxes on any citizens whatsoever. We pay taxes too.
Right.
So I don't want more, and I'm sure my constituents don't want more. And so I would be in favor of 100% bond if it's financially correct thing to do. I mean, if it makes more sense to do 50% on reserve and 50% bond, that's just my opinion, speaking for myself. I don't know what the rest of the commission thinks, but I think we're all on board of not raising anybody's taxes.
Well, if I may,
Go ahead.
I'll go through each of these options, and I want to start with bond financing because that's what I do. It has to be recognized that it's historically low interest rates. We sell bonds routinely with a good geo-backed credit, AAA, AA, and we're looking at, in the last couple of weeks, under 2%. So, in fact, we sold a 10-year bond for 1.2%. I think we sold Gardner at 90 basis points for a 10-year structure. So it's historically low interest rates. People are taking advantage. I mean, municipalities and corporations are taking advantage of these low interest rates in issuing debt. So that's typically how we see these, especially in today's environment. It's usually geo-backed financing, and as long as there's sufficient capacity, not for bond capacity, but for debt service, then you generally don't have to raise your taxes. The question is, can you use your reserves sufficiently enough to pay down that debt if you so choose? So bond financing is really what we see often, primarily what I do, and it's a really, right now, a really enticing structure alternative. Going kind of in the reverse order is using 50% of your reserves and 50% of maybe placing the balance with 3 local banks. That's great. If you have local banks that are willing to purchase that debt on a note, we could structure it in a way that it's maybe a little bit higher of an interest rate as opposed to a negotiated, a publicly offered bond, but those banks know your community and they're willing to invest in your community. And I think the third one is 50%. What was the other one, Commissioner?
That'd be second one is 50% reserve fund, 50% bonds, and the third one would be 100% bonds.
So yeah, so the 50% reserve fund, 50% bonds. Again, I would take advantage. I mean, I'm not a municipal advisor. I have to qualify. I'm the lowly bond counsel. We structure the debt, but in terms of the economics, I'm not a municipal advisor, so I have to qualify this. But I do say that 50% bonds or 50% or 100% bonds. Again, same concept. We have historically low interest rates. And then if you place it with a bank, you may have a little bit of uptick in an interest rate, but I think, they invest in your community. I mean, I don't know what those are running, maybe 3% right now on a straight up note. So I guess it depends on what the commissioners want to do. And there is a distinction if you want to, as Mr. Skipper mentioned to me, buy some of that debt. If the county wants to actually purchase some of that, the bonds, it's a little bit of a distinction in how we would have to structure it legally. And I can go into the details if you wish, but it's a little bit complicated. So,
But it can be done.
it can be done, absolutely. If you want some paper that you can show to the residents that, hey, we're paying money, but we're getting it back by debt service on the bonds. So we hold those bonds, and over time, we'll get paid back and refill our reserves. We could structure it, but we would have to structure it as if you don't do 100%, if you're buying a portion of it, we'd have to structure it through the PBC, the Public Building Commission, in order for us to get approval from the state.
Can we buy 100% of it?
You can, but you'd have to go through the PBC, a Public Building Commission. You'd have to create a Public Building Commission, which is a distinct municipal corporation. Because if you buy your own bond, your own GO bond, the county is buying, we issue debt, you buy 100% of that debt, then that's not really debt. It's you could pay cash for it. So we have to structure it through a Public Building Commission or PBC, which is a distinct entity, and then the county can purchase those bonds of the PBC. Now, you are the PBC, but it is a distinct municipal corporation, which is distinct debt.
So technically, we're putting our money to work and we're receiving the interest back where we're out, no interest cost at all.
You'd have some interest costs.
That's what
You'd have interest costs on that debt.
what are you looking at on interest cost on that?
If you go through a PVC, it's a little bit of an uptick. Let's say our interest is, let's say if we issued straight up on a competitive sale, we sold it to the public. On a 20-year bond, probably with this county's credit, you're looking at, again, I'm not a municipal advisor, but let's say it's 2%. If you run it through the PVC, you're looking at maybe 50 basis points higher. So you're going to have some interest costs
So
associated.
you're looking at 2.5%?
Possibly.
If we do it ourselves.
If you run it through the PVC and buy the PVC bonds, that's correct. Approximately. Again, we'd have to run numbers.
In talking to the auditor last week, we're getting into the ball game and I have zero experience, less than zero. He wasn't sure the county could purchase their own bonds under the statutes. And he's never audited a county or government entity that's purchased their own bond. And he said there may be something out there he's totally unaware of. But are we getting into something that there's more red flags than there is positives?
No, if we issue straight up GO debt through the county, general obligation debt through the county, and you tried to buy those bonds, that's not debt. We couldn't get that approved. You don't ever see that. But if you set up a public building commission and they issue bonds, and the county actually could purchase a portion of that debt. Now, what we would do, we would structure it in a way that the county is buying. We have two series of bonds, ones that are county purchased and one that is the series of bonds that would be publicly offered, whether to a bank or to the public. But yeah, I mean, when you issue, you have to make it's a slight distinction as to if the county's issuing that versus the county creates a public building commission and that they issue that.
My question, can the county self-finance the amount and charge themselves interest? Just say like your 2.5%. If we have reserves, if we have the reserves, can we self-finance?
I've never seen that. If you have the reserves and you're willing to use the cash, then it's usually called an additional source. But you would replenish your reserves over time, but not with an interest component. We consider that additional contribution to the project, and then you would replenish those reserves without interest.
You mentioned 20-year bond. What's the earliest normally, because we have the funds,
Right.
a lot of funds available in reserve. We have more funds coming in as long as things continue to, like it is. What's the earliest you can retire those bonds? In most cases, 10 years?
10 years.
They're gonna lock you in for a period of time, I'm sure.
Typically, it's 10 years. There's a tax concern when we get into early options or early calls on bonds. Usually, we say 10 and a half years is a kind of the standard before you can call those bonds. If you call them early, what that means is they give a premium. That interest component goes up because bond owners are not set for 20 years. They're set for an early potential, and usually they are early called. Bonds are called early when you have an option to redeem those bonds. But 10 years is looking at 10 years is early.
Looking at those options, what makes the most financial sense to you?
If I had to offer this, I would probably err on the side, if you want to keep your reserves where they are, and because of the historical low interest rates, I would take it out to the public, and you probably get a nice rate. And if you want to retire those bonds early and you can utilize your reserves, assuming we're over that 10-year period. So if I'm looking at this and I want to make certain we don't touch the reserves, I'm looking at the straight up public offering. If you want to use some of the reserve right now, and then offer the balance to the public, I think that's the second level. So you'd have a $5 million offering to the public as opposed to, well, whatever. I think it's a $20 million project. Is it?
We're just gonna say 25.
25.
Oh, 25. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And so we would have to look at it in the form of a structure, but it just theoretically, because of their interest rates, I would throw it out to the public. If you want to use some of the reserves, I'd use those reserves as an additional contribution. Gets into that question as to, we can't pay ourselves at 2.5%. And if you want to actually buy the bonds or a portion of those bonds, we would have to create a PBC and issue through the PBC. So long and short of it is, it's up to the commissioner's policies and desires, but preserving those reserves are sometimes very nice politically.
Well, preserving the reserves is something we've definitely got to take a serious look at.
Mhm.
But the other side of it is, we probably have reserves there that technically, why set on $10 million? And over a period of 10 years, you're gonna save yourself $5 or $6 million that you've flat lost if you don't use some of the reserves.
Yeah.
So, or you come up with common ground on which direction to go to be best for the county, best for our citizens. Because like Mr. Chairman said, mill levy increase, sales tax is not on the board.
Yeah.
But where do we find some common ground? Because I know all five of us have probably got a little bit different idea. Me, I want to be pretty aggressive on using some of the reserves up front, because I know how much it's gonna save us in the long run, as long as our taxation stays at the level it is. It doesn't change very much. But I don't know how we can arrive, I'm not sure where we can arrive at a common ground.
So if you say, say it's 25 million, you bond 100% of it out, does anybody know how to calculate what that total cost would be?
I would prefer to answer all of your question, for you to authorize Mr. Serrano, I'm assuming you would do it pro bono at this point, to give the county 10 or 12 different debt service options.
Sure.
That they can look at, and based on those debt service options, precise debt service options, based on if you went to market today, for instance, with reserves in at different amounts, different amortizations.
Sure.
With different call periods, if you could.
Absolutely.
That would give the commissioners something very precise to look at, that they could then take an analytical look at and have an analytical discussion on where you want to be at.
I'd like to stick with the 10-year timeframe myself. Because quick math on 25 million, you know what that is a year, just straight cost without interest.
Well, again, 2.5%, that gets them a lot of money in that too.
And I think Bobby is right, because I'm on the opposite side of Don. Don wants to spend our reserves. I was here when we lost $44 million in one revenue or evaluation in 1 year. So I know what that can do to us. And I personally would like to check with what it would be to fund it all. With no,
Interest is cheap nowadays.
And I agree to that, but what is that total cost on 25 million in 10 years? It's my question.
and I think that's what we're asking.
Yeah.
If we could-
We'd have to run the analysis, but you're looking at debt service on a straight line amortization at $2.5 million a year.
Correct.
But you have a little bit of uptick. I mean, with our interest component, it's over that, but I'd have to run the numbers.
And we'd have call protection at 10 years, you say, probably.
We
10.5.
we can actually go lower. It's just there's a little bit of an uptick in your interest rate if you have an optional redemption.
Everything you ask them to give, they're gonna increase it.
See, we
Not
did,
just part of it.
Well, there's kind of a model, if you will. There's kind of like, here's what public financing is, and here's what you're getting. They place these bonds in, retirement funds, school teachers funds, so they need a little bit of certainty associated with that time frame. So if you're going to have that extra call, that early call, then they'll just charge you for it. But I'm happy to run analyses, in some of these contexts with maybe utilization of the reserves, utilization of the time frame, and assumed interest rate. Give you some kind of guidance as to here's what the numbers are, here's what our debt service is over 10 years, over 20 years. You could do it 15 years. I don't think you want to go less than 10.
I wouldn't be in favor of going much over 10 either.
Okay.
Just for the fact that I know what
Will you
the
run
end result
one
is.
using some of the reserves, but not all of them?
I could actually, we could utilize various, par amount of bonds. We would just, let's assume it's a $25 million project, and then we could run those numbers based on utilization of some of the reserves to pay for that. So it would reduce the par amount with the additional source being the reserves.
Do you think it'd be safe to run it at a 30 number? By the time this can get kicked down the road and kick inflation and so on and so forth, do you think we ought to go worst case scenario of 30 million? Instead of running at 25 and it wind up being 28 or 30?
Watching Lincoln County, I think that'd be a smart decision.
At least we know worst case scenario.
If it ends up being 30, then we can always percentage it up. Or if it ends up, if we do it at 30, and it ends up 20, we can always percentage it down and be fairly, I have no problem with what you're talking about.
I just
One of my thoughts, I think, and I know Bob and I, like I said, we're on a little bit different page when it comes to utilizing reserves, but the other side is we stretch this out 10 or 15 years. And after 3 or 4 years, the evaluation does come down because of something that happens at Wolf Creek, or maybe the appraisal value just drops like it dropped that 1 year, 40 million. That took $2 million away from us that 1 year, and I wasn't here then. But say after 5 or 6 years, you have a major hit. You don't want a facility sitting out there where you still owe $15 million on it.
That's right.
You will not be able to service it.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of my take. Find some common ground and get it serviced as quickly as you can without jeopardizing the funds that you have.
One of the concepts that originally was discussed, and I don't know if the county counselor's available, but at some point we were talking about a mental health lien. Is that still part of the project? It's not, because I know we were maybe going to revenue, possibly generate some revenues through, loaning the facility to Anderson County, for instance. But I guess it's not a revenue producer. We can't count on that. So I'm happy to take a look at this in terms of maybe a $30 million project in various different scenarios, a $25 million project, maybe a $20 million. Well, we just look at what I guess you have to tell me, what are we looking about? What does 50% of the reserves actually mean? I don't know the answer to it. You'd have to let me know what that is. Maybe Bobby, you could let me know.
I don't think we can afford 50% of the reserve.
Okay.
And still function.
See, if we did 50%, our unencumbered cash right now is 41 million.
Hmm.
Technically, that's all reserves. But some of it you can't pull, some of it you don't. I understand that. What Angie came up with the other day when I asked her, maybe to come up with what reserves we could do at a comfortable level, pulling from 7 or 8 different areas, is 12,255,000, which would be
Yeah.
45% of the 25 million. But the unencumbered reserve, the unencumbered cash right now is 41 million. It was at year end. At this next year, it'll be 43 or 4. And most all that, although it's in different categories, some of it can be used, some of it can't be, but we also got to maintain a very, very comfortable level. Like I said, Bob and I is a little different thing. I want to be a little bit more aggressive up front than some, but yet save the interest. Because you're going to spend $5 to $8 million in interest so fast that it's, to me, that's uncomfortable when we got a pretty good reserves and we got pretty good funds coming in. How do you read
the other way? You're spending 10 million to save 2. You can look at it several different ways.
Yeah.
Or you're spending 15 million to save 5.
But like that scenario I had the other day, it just, I'm getting out exactly what it was just in a short time, because he's gonna spend $5 million on interest right away.
But I also saw in a 3-year period, us losing close to $80 million in valuation. And these guys, so I'm not a big on, I might spend a little reserve, but I'm not gonna cut our reserve short.
Yeah,
And I appreciate that.
Yeah, and again, there are just options. These are alternatives that maybe if we put it down in a schedule, you could say, okay, this is something we can agree upon, or maybe we tweak it here. Maybe we could run maybe 5 or 8 different scenarios and have another discussion about what is palatable for the commissioners.
And your computer kicked that out in 5 minutes. The figures I got the other day, I got them from the bank.
Yeah.
In half a minute, I had all the figures I needed.
Yeah.
10 would be a number I would like to see if we put 10.
10 is the reserves, okay.
I mean, that would be my limit, but I'd like to see where that goes to.
Okay.
Till Bob made that statement, I had no idea that we lost any value, I guess, so you brought that to my attention. I do know we gained this past year, 50 million, so valuation. You can't project whether that's gonna go the other way next year or the year after at all, so.
With
Leaving reserves intact is a gold mine as well.
It's kind of in the state's hands, the way the situation in the state's hands,
Yeah.
what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah. With this, if I may, use a approximate $30 million as a project fund. Is that what we want to do? And then run the scenarios based off that, utilizing 10 mil, at the most 10 million in reserves, and at most 10-year term on bonds.
That's gonna be servicing 20 million.
Mm-hmm.
In 10 years, your payments are gonna be $2.5 to $3 million a year. I'm not too sure, we had not looked at, the 15 or 20 as a comparison.
Okay. Yeah.
But you serve 20 million over a 10-year period, you got 2 million service right up front plus interest.
We're gonna look at all of it,
Yeah.
funding all of it also.
Show the difference of the interest in there too.
Absolutely.
Interest at this or interest at that.
And if you want to buy the bonds, if you want a piece of this as a purchase, then I could run a little bit of an uptick for running it through a PVC. And then there is that, you'll have security that you'll effectively be paying back from county funds, paying back that PVC debt, which is effectively your debt. It is a distinction. It really is, because auditors don't see it very often, and really, it's not considered debt if you geo back it.
This auditing firm does ours, it's not seniors.
Yeah, either are we.
He didn't say it wasn't out there, he just said he just didn't say it.
I don't think you could get it approved, actually. It's not really allowable in law. And I don't think the AG who approves these transcripts would actually approve that debt.
At this time, if the commissioners have any more questions, he would proceed to prepare you multiple options and different incremental investment from reserve funds, starting at 0, ending up at 10, different amortizations, also including those different
Right.
incremental reserve fund injections, and also different capped loan amounts.
Yeah.
Yes, up
We'll
to
do it.
30 million.
Up to 30 million. We got it. We'll do it. Other alternatives or anything you'd like to discuss associated with this financing, I'm happy to answer.
Are there other alternatives out there we need to be looking at?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't-
I really don't think so. I mean, nah. If the state had some funds, but the state's not, I wouldn't be counting on the state for too much right now.
You know, there's grant money out there for
Mhm.
everything, if you know where to go get it.
Right.
For this particular project, there probably isn't any grant money.
We can look into it, but I don't know off the top of my head if there's really anything available.
I would ask if the commissioners have any, no more questions on this section of bond attorney's presence, that you ask for an executive session. I would ask for an executive session between our county attorney, the bond counsel, and the commission for 25 minutes.
And yourself.
And myself, yes, sir, to discuss matters of trade affairs and secrets related to corporation.
Is Wade available?
Let me go hunt him down.
I would make sure that.
Might be an APB for Wade.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me here, by the way.
Thanks for bringing us all that information.
Sure.
Hey, are you available to meet for executive session right now? Yes, that'll be fine. I'm assuming that'll be fine. Is it okay if our county attorney is present by phone?
Mine on the gist.
Yes. Very good. All right, we'll call you.
20 minutes,
20 minutes is fine.
board, Bobby Skipper, town attorney, and Wade Bowie by phone.
Yes, sir.
20 to 25.
20 minutes.
You did end up with 20 minutes?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
right.
you started out 25.
Yes, sir.
Everybody good? Okay. I mean,
Also, I'll move.
Jesse
Go ahead.
moved, Don seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're going at 10.
You have to hurry to get there.
No. He's 2708.
On fax.
Give me, I took this from you earlier and didn't bring it back.
Did that go all right?
Yes.
All right.
you?
Actually, we are ahead. Let's just go ahead and go into break. Do I need to wait for everybody to be here? There's a couple of them's already on break.
And break.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. We're gonna go ahead and do our 10-minute break.
I'm sorry?
We're ahead of schedule. We'll just go ahead and do our 10-minute
Okay,
break.
Bob and I just took our break.
That's what I thought. So.
I get it, you get our age. 30 minutes is a long time.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we are 30 minutes,
Huh?
we are 30 minutes ahead of schedule.
Almost.
I put this resolution on your books. Wait.
Thank you. Andrea, I still do not have a new. Says 2,000 on the bottom.
Let me give you the one that. Oh, where it says on the bottom 2,000, that is correct. That was on the form itself, but that is.
Those are correct? Okay.
That's the form
Okay.
itself.
All right. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, yeah, I do see it now, 21, 20, 21.
Okay.
It's moving. Not yet.
Carl Lee's next. He's not scheduled. There he is. Hey Carl, we're running a little ahead, so. Watch that chair.
Yeah, jump down, Grant. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I would like to request an executive session for 15 minutes to include the commissioners to discuss matters of non-elected personnel.
Wait.
Huh?
And wait.
The policy manual said we wouldn't need them, at least they just said commissioners.
So move.
I'll move.
Second.
Jesse second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We're going at 10:42.
10 minutes.
Did you say 15?
15 minutes.
10:42. 15 minutes.
Not waiting.
No, this commission, Carly.
Something significantly less.
Okay.
on a metal frame.
Yeah.
So he's next, and that's 15 minutes. Where are we at? I was 9:40.
Yeah, we're a little ahead of schedule, right?
Yeah, what am I, 40?
So.
Maybe move to 11.
It's 11:45. Yeah, so. we have to make those, and then I can text you or something, getting close.
Sure.
Okay, okay, I'll do. You guys,
Thank you.
maybe? Okay.
John. Yeah. Well, it's just formality, they don't move forward if I ask them to, but the only thing that we maybe talk about with someone is our county attorney still doesn't understand the role of the regional planning commission and everyone else.
Right, that's what I was wondering, that was, so I did my bullet points of, there's all the things that, where we come in compliance and all that, yeah. The biggest thing that I noticed that we're gonna be running into, that we're gonna, which is good, you guys give $100,000 to another entity, that's okay, but we follow the money.
Yeah.
And then we'll make sure they can, if they donate it or if they do something, we make sure they comply. So no matter what, everything on is back. So
Yes.
understandable. Yeah. Have you guys thought about what you're going to focus on?
Well, we've already doled out 550 to broadband.
Okay, great.
Now, the rest of it, see, that's kind of what I want to talk to you about. So the county attorney, he's worried about the process in which people request money.
Mhm.
So he's all about that. He doesn't care about the compliance side. Right? It doesn't register.
Yeah, yeah. So let's say I'll just give an example, we're doing in other counties, they select someone in the county, which may be you, which, you know, some counties that don't have EDs, we're doing county workers.
Yeah.
So you get all submittals, whatever that may be, and then we run it through the compliance. Before we even decide yes, no, maybe from the council, you know if this even complies. So we go about through a federal reg and all that stuff, and then that's the way that we can follow it. Yeah. And then you guys go from there, how you want to handle other recommendations and
That
things.
would be a good, just verbatim what you just said. I'll leave the conversation. I'll ask that question. You answer just like you did.
Okay, perfect, yeah, because that's honestly, more than other things, just compliance, because, you know, one thing, which is true, yeah, they know, but, if those monies are spent appropriately, kind of responsible.
Yeah.
So that's more than we do so much, you guys, I mean, we could, you know, we self-audit like crazy, so
Yeah.
that's what just really keep you guys compliance.
There's one more thing our attorney said that we need to broach
Mhm.
before he brings it up publicly. He feels like, again, keep in mind, he doesn't understand the compliance
Yeah.
component.
Mhm.
He feels like we've already handled 550 million, so, or 550,000, not million. So he,
Why don't we do it though?
yeah.
Yeah.
Or he wants to maybe negotiate with you on the admin costs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, I didn't have the heart to tell him I didn't have time really to explain, that's not what they're charging for. That's not, they're charging for the compliance side.
Yeah, right, yeah, all that back end stuff.
Did you get some?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
I forgot bringing it up. Yeah.
It's a couple times, Matt giving us, Matt giving us, yeah, yep.
So I know you got tons of resources to reach out to, like the Clerks Association. The Regional Planning Commission is another resource for clerks. For government administration aspect, they can, sometimes those gray areas, they're quite resource plus funding. That's what it's about.
A lot of times if you guys have questions and things, we'll kind of, like we've done with us in economic development, we've kind of formed a group for about, like, maybe some of us dealt with it, you know what I mean? So we started to do a lot of that with the ED stuff and with the clerks and some of the treasurers and things. 'Cause it's funny, some of the problems, we're not the first one usually to have it, so we'll do some digging. We'll ask the regional planning commissions, just all throughout, hey, if you want your district right into this one, your problem about increase anything from infrastructure to, you know, some of the funding, the federal funding we're dealing with now. So, you know, we always just try to get out as much as possible because, yes, so, the county already pays for it, so we are a free service, the county ever need to do anything, so, yeah. How long do you executive session for?
They should have come out here.
I guess think you need to stay down here permanently. I still do it every time I keep my head up, right? You know, it's been down here like 3 or 4
Yeah.
times. There's a lot more room. Those kind of tight quarters up there when it's a full house.
Yeah.
There's something on the agenda that I was talking about.
The courthouse, now, this is tied into the jail project.
Mhm.
We've got a jail project, it's kind of center stage right now, but irregardless of all that, we have a space problem in our courthouse, so we're, like, every closet's full, every nook and cranny is full, so we're trying to, hopefully, one day, in the future, something will pop up to give us that extra space we need.
Like an annex or something in addition to this, yeah. Yeah. It's been a lot of, well, we're moving offices at the Regional Planning Commission, but it's weird. Office space in small towns right now, the ones that's about to get ready to go, turnkey. maybe the time, through the time on, so I'm sure you guys are having the same problems here. It seems office space is just tough right now, so we're going up fast, yeah. How's everything going in Burlington? Good? Yeah.
It's going really good, actually.
Good, great.
It's been lovely.
Oh, that's good, man. Yeah, that's
So I
good.
can work for the
Good.
county community.
That's
Without
good.
having,
That's awesome, yeah. I've always, we came here for a traveling basketball, the tournament with my daughter. Your guys' facilities here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go off, yeah. That's what, I think the girls was flabbergasted of the pool and then the gym up above, you know, and all that. It's like, your guys' facilities, it was amazing.
Hey, buddy.
It was amazing, yeah, very cool.
Right.
It's
yeah,
great. Yeah. But,
yeah.
Real news,
yes.
it's check.
Yeah. That's what, I just always, you know, with what we're doing, stuff.
Face the salt off.
I think we can really do things.
Just met this morning with the bond trying to get that, CID going.
Good.
We got
Don't
petitions.
be better in the long run.
Get signed.
That's what they say. I was wondering, like,
We're almost ready to
Yeah.
pull the trigger.
That'd be good. Yeah.
Last week, you used to turn
That one that was exciting. Just funny all those years.
started
I
falling
was
off.
from Florida State, 70 hours, driving from Charlotte to Florida. I was just driving through, and I was like, man, I just really feel like we could be pulled more off this highway. And so, that was Floyd County.
So I get like, if I start using regular sunscreen, I get chemical, it's like a chemical.
Yeah. Isn't it weird? There's just nothing.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, because, we found the south, you go 75s, and we pretty good. Mhm. Yeah. They're getting closer. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. This were all three of our, 75 and 69s, and, 69, all three going over south of Bisbee Highway, they really are. 169 just outside of Schmidt, some turning lanes, or not turning lanes, passing lanes. And because we wanted 4 lanes, they're like, you gotta just go for like 400. Just go for or for passing lanes, they'll be cheaper. So, but yeah, it's weird how much it's bottlenecking up and stuff, but yeah. That's a good thing, he's busy.
Yeah, but 75 doesn't include the home.
All the way to the state line.
Oh, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, you can between, those, I mean, I think 69 is always gonna be it, between Pittsburgh and Kansas City and Seattle, huh? But 169, 75, I would like to see, they might have more freight now. What semis on it than 69. 69 is a lot of faster traffic, no doubt. I think we move a lot of freight on our 2 highways that go north and south. But, yeah, no, it's, yeah, but it's just crazy how busy, and I'd love to see the numbers, which I'm sure you have on video. I'd love to see the visitors and stuff like that. That's gotta be insane.
It is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
And we were able to confirm the, suspects volume this last weekend. Physical audit of the actual stores.
Mhm.
And, oh, yeah. It's incredible. I mean, it's gonna be worth millions to the county and the public in that area.
Mhm.
Millions. Over a short period of time.
That'd be good. Yeah, there's some more cases finally getting arrested out. You know, it's just amazing in those places that, which I mean, it's been great busy for years, but even that little bit extra more, you guys can cool them off. Yeah. I mean, imagine we don't show up if you guys are pulling more, someone's also really good at it.
That's right.
I think they'd be ecstatic about that.
That's right.
Well, we built that Lowe's in Chanute. It's amazing, just a little bit of that little truck stop, of how much extra we're getting pulled off the highway. I mean, they're full every night, and I love it when I see them fill up those tanks. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice to see a county focusing on positive things like that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, about looking forward and what we're gonna do to make it better. That's, it's always good that everybody's going in that direction.
I think it just kind of tends to radiate throughout the county.
It's funny how it does. It really, really does. It's amazing the positivity and forward thinking just really gives people just like that about stuff.
Yeah. All the way around.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, let's do it. How's your guys' grocery store? Good?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Yeah, we used to always small time grocery store, which you just hold on to as much as you can. So, is that a local owner?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. You don't have to see that very often.
Yeah, we're lucky to not have a whole.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because like in Southeast Kansas, a lot of course, gene news everywhere. So that's affiliated with that's similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're supposed to kind
They have a food distributor,
Yeah.
a wholesale.
But it's still. it
How
is
much
still-
how hardware store will be a true value, but
Yeah.
it's still like the local owner type thing. Okay, yeah. That's good. I still, yeah, every time we come goes, we don't have a Dairy Queen machine. So every time we come through, it's not there. Yeah.
I'm
Well, here
surprised you guys don't have Dairy
We had one years ago, and we just, it's gone and never was able to make it back. And well, it's now weird. You know, when we're recruiting franchises and stuff for retail, they don't want to build one Dairy Queen. They're like, show me where I could build 10.
Yeah.
And we'll talk. It's like, yeah, the one pop-up thing, that's part of the master plan. So it's tough now.
We haven't had that discussion yet. This year's ICSC, I don't know if they're still gonna be,
First of December out there, yeah.
what he just said is absolutely correct. When you can go up there and target, individual locations and give them your spiel, but they want, like you just said, they want to, when you get that FaceTime with them, they want to know where they can build 10, because they've got these franchisees, in most cases, that they want to come into an area, a region.
Yeah, because they want to hire one district manager to run them all and do it like myself and Jim's always Steve from Parsons. We talked to scooters, and so he's finally in Southeast Kansas, but he went to Fort Scott, Pittsburgh, Parsons, and Chinook. But he was like, yeah, I don't want to do one. Let's do them everywhere. But they, it was just a fun time. It's like now I'm out there creating this.
You take your chair.
Yes, hopefully.
We are back, still running a little bit ahead. Carl. I don't have his number.
I can see who's in office.
He's right here.
Oh, is he?
No, they're,
Oh.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, we're going to schedule. I'm ready.
Okay. Kind of quiet. How we doing?
Good, Tom, how are you?
Good.
Good.
I don't see you on here.
You would see on the agenda, Wade had prepared to discuss this. For Wade, I will handle that.
Oh,
I'll present what he was wanting to discuss, the ARPA administration.
okay. All right. We'll get Darrell down here and then we'll go back to you.
And Joe just walked by.
Progressing ahead of schedule. Hey, try to work as fast as we can.
There you go.
I understand. It's a lot to absorb.
Some people are windier than others.
I'll try not to be going.
You don't want to be playing for that. Huh?
Yeah, no.
we're here today, I guess, just to kind of give you an update of what happened at the Fair Board meeting last Wednesday in regards to the building project. The Fair Board did pass a motion. And if you'll indulge me, I'll just go ahead and read the motion. So we've got it. The motion was made to give Coffee County Extension permission to remove the Crops building contingent on proof of financial approval from the Coffee County Commissioners, completed legal discovery by attorneys representing the City of Burlington, Coffee County Commissioners, Coffee County Extension, and the Coffee County Fair Association. Building design completion from architect, use and maintenance contract between Coffee County Extension, Coffee County Fair Association, City of Burlington, and Coffee County Commission. So, and then it was seconded and the motion did carry. So those were just some of the things, I guess they put in the motion, some concerns that they had as far as some agreements that they felt needed to be, this needed to be contingent on that sort of thing. But in essence, they did approve it as long as the project was approved and to go forward. So, and so anyway, and then I guess, just kind of an FYI, Mayor Luke stopped in this morning and the city as well. And his comments were that they have, for the most part, completed their historical research, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, clear back to, I can't remember exactly, but I thought he said 1907 or something prior to that. And, feel comfortable with the documentation that's there, the history of the building, and the fact that they had done similar actions with ordinances, resolutions, and that sort of thing in the past. So anyway, that's kind of where we stand, I guess, as far as the discovery that we kind of talked about last time we were here.
I know last week, everybody got a chance to look at the architect's contract, if you will. You go to page 21, it does give a budgetary number. That's not what it's going to cost. And assuming the engineer's fee is 7%, that's designing of the building, seeing it started, seeing it finished. So that's their fee to, like I say, to do all the engineering, see it from beginning to end. So I don't think it's out of the ordinary for any project that's engineered or. So I know that last week's concerns was the budget number that everybody saw. So I know we were presented one when it started, but that didn't include the demolition and didn't include any exterior cosmetics to get, handicap accessible or anything like that. So I know you and I, Jesse, one time we said we thought maybe closer to 800,000, and I don't think anybody disagreed at that time. But so I guess they just need to know Darrell's making sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed the best he can. Just up to us whether we want to proceed ahead or not.
Would there be a lease, 100-year lease, or as far as the land, or?
That I guess would be in the agreement that is presently being developed by attorneys, I guess. And I guess I haven't been presented back any kind of a document to look at to know for sure how that wording is currently being written up. But it's my assumption that once an agreement comes, you would have the right to review it, present it to Wade or whoever you would need to come up with any wording that you would think needed to be in there that wasn't included. It's kind of a work in progress at this point in time, but the way I understand it, it's to be agreed upon by commission and City of Burlington, as well as, Fair Board had some concerns in there, I guess, pertaining to specifying, who was in charge of the maintenance and all that kind of stuff, their usage and some things like that. So all of that would hopefully be incorporated in that agreement, and it would be presented to you all for review before anything was ever. Because as far as I'm concerned, you all are the owners of the project. It's in, just for us as an entity. Is that correct, or am I assuming something I
Well,
shouldn't?
I think that's a correct assumption, but, I mean, bottom line is that it's sitting on city property. If the city wanted to board up the driveway into it and barricade it down, we wouldn't have no access to it, couldn't do anything about it. Unless we have some type of documentation or a lease or something that goes through with it. But, that's the only thing that pulls me back just a little bit.
Okay.
And we've got a lot of entities that's involved in it, and getting all the entities and all the lawyers to agree to something is going to be a milestone in itself, I feel.
I think we need to proceed on and get a bid on it to know whether it's even feasible or not. Because I think that engineer's concept is a little bit high, but I think maybe.
And again, it's just a budgetary number.
Right. I think that
you gotta start somewhere.
I think that we just need to put it out for bids and see where it's at. And then if we think one of the bids is appropriate, then we can get hightailed on these other. I think Darrell, and some of them are already still working on things Jesse's concerns. Hope that should still continue to be going on even while it's out for bids.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we'll need this contract or this architect's agreement to proceed any farther with them developing the construction documents that we need to get to the point.
And it's going to take Wade's involved
At this point in time, yeah. So.
Is that particular location a large enough location to take that kind of put that large of a building site on it?
Yes.
Okay, it slopes off, of course, you can do dirt work, I understand that. It does slope off pretty quick.
Yeah, we've kind of flagged it out, and I've shown it to Kevin Boyce and some others, and actually, when we had talked about replacement of that building several years back, that was the location and we were talking about a larger building.
That was the target area at that time.
That was the target area at that time for several reasons, the utilities being one of the main ones. But yeah, there would be a big enough footprint there to do that.
I think we just need to get down to the bottom, to the number. I mean, that's gonna tell everything.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's tapping on that $1 million, which is $200 a square foot, 5,500 square foot.
I do know things are coming down now. That's what I'm hearing from several GCs. Things are backing off now. So do we need Wade to look over this before we approve me signing it? And is everybody still on board with this project? Because I think we had a mutual agreement that we wanted to proceed, and I spoke to Darrell, and like I say, I think he's doing his due diligence of speaking with the municipality, the city, the Fair Board, and he's doing everything in his part to make sure that everybody's on the same page legality wise. I'm sure there's some contracts need rid of prior to starting this project, yes.
But if the numbers come in prohibitive, this actually is not going to be the cost, because if we stop it right then, we're only going to pay for the services they have rendered so far.
Thus far, would be yes.
So I think we need to.
Is this a document that needs to be signed to proceed ahead to gather the information that we need before we sign it?
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah, that was the
To me,
one.
we need to do a
That was the
lot
one
more.
that was
You know, you've
submitted.
done a lot of discovery, but we're not finished with that discovery.
I mean,
So me, we need to
it
probably,
needs to be designed, it needs to be sent out for bids, and we need to receive bids before you know where you're at.
Yeah, we're in process of getting the contract documentation or whatever, and we'll continue that, but like I say, from what I understand, the architect won't proceed any farther until they have an agreement of some sort.
Right.
Of this one.
And we don't know if we can go any further until we get a bid on what the building's gonna cost.
Has Wade looked at this? No, I have not asked that question. Do you know that if he has?
I don't know, no, you all are the only ones I've submitted it to.
Okay, so I will make sure he
To me, he needs to look at
takes
it.
a look at it. The standard contract agreement, basically, so. I read them all the time. But we'll still make sure he's okay with it.
Okay.
So at this point, I believe we're all on the same page, we're still trudging.
Forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, until we kind of get more definite figure or something.
Thanks for the update.
Continue to do whatever you need to be doing.
Okay.
Keep us on track.
Okay, yeah, Mayor Lou indicated this morning that they were working on a draft of the contract agreement, whatever, that they would let us see, and when I get that, I'll certainly share it with you all.
All right.
Okay? Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
So the next one would be Bobby.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna take care of the American Rescue Plan Fund.
Yes, sir. Hello again, commissioners. For those of you who don't know, this is Mr. Matt Godinez. He is the Executive Director of the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission, whom we are a member of as a government. And they represent how many local governments, Matt? Cities and counties?
We have 12 counties, and actually the latest city number off the get for you, we actually have 60 cities that we also represent as well.
Yes, sir. The prior conversation towards the ARPA funding, the second round, you've already considered and approved one project, the broadband project, but there is a component to this, the backside, the reporting, the paperwork, the compliance. Once somebody accepts the money, the county approves the project, the people receiving the money must comply with the use of those funds. So we are, as a government, probably capable, if we put our minds to it, to do it, but it would lock down your clerk, it would lock me down, it would lock your attorney down, and a lot of paperwork and a lot of follow-up with different entities who receive this money. The Regional Planning Commission has been approached by all their communities, most of them, to handle the administration side component of the ARPA funds. So once you approve a project, before you approve a project, they would vet the project to make sure it complies with the use of funds. But you go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So what we're doing currently in other counties that we'll be representing, say for example, another organization has a request from this body. We take that request to whoever you designate, say it's Bobby, for example, that goes to Bobby's office. He takes it to the Regional Planning Commission, and we vet it for compliance, legalities, all the ARPA changes that are happening. Once it gets the rubber stamp that this at least complies, we then give that back to Bobby, and then he can bring it to this governing body. So that way you already know before you vote or anything like that, everything's clear on the legality side. Then if you do decide to fund that organization, the best way to describe it is we're going to follow the money down to every single thing that they spend. We're going to audit everything. The biggest part about that, and continue to go through the training, and the reason why, as you guys know with Spark and things like that, the money is spent incorrectly, the county's liable. So our number one goal is to make sure that you will clear every audit at the federal government level, state, whatever the case may be. So that is where we come in. We are currently doing lots of training at the Regional Planning Commission to make sure to comply, watching every webinar, going to every workshop, going through every bit of training that we can. We will always submit reports to whoever that contact may be, so you know how the money is going, things of that nature. This is really just a good opportunity for you to know that kind of the money is being complied with, and also, like I said, Bobby and the county clerks, treasurer, they don't have time to go chase receipts and things like that for the organization that you gave the money to. That's where we'll come in.
The percentage that we are asking for is 5% of the grant award. That is actually pretty standard. The one thing that we are not doing, what other firms are doing, within that, you can do direct administrative expenses on top of that. We're not. So we are just saying 5%, and you will never see anything from us again. We're not going to submit for mileage, or if we have to do more training in 2 or 3 years from now, that's on us. We took that risk too. ARPA, we're all kind of learning as things are going, and we know that we're going to have to do additional training. That'll be out of our pocket. That won't be out of Coffee County's. If you were to agree to this contract, we will totally just move forward from there and take the brunt of that. We'll also, of course, maintain, which some organizations are having an issue with that. We have a large liability policy. So in the event that something just crazy happens, the county's protected through the Regional Bank Commission. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer. I know it's a lot, lot of packets, a lot of trees there. So want to just open it up to any questions or how we're handling it with other counties. If Coffee County were to agree to, you would be the 6th county out of our region that decided to utilize us.
I don't know if all the commissioners are aware, Bobby, but the Wade's attempt to get someone to take care of this and head all this didn't quite pan out. So we reached out to Southeast Kansas Planning to take care of all this.
A lot of the firms that did Spark are turning this down just because of the labor intention. That's probably, it's long term. If we sign this contract, we're in this together for 5 years as ARPA is spread out procedure. So yeah, some of the private firms are only deciding to take on way less because they know the man hours involved are going to be a little bit heavier.
Yeah, I know Wade was trying to get a committee put together and had one person in mind to head that. And after several attempts, it didn't quite pan out. So again, that's why we're headed this direction.
And importantly, we're up against, it's not a real hard deadline, but we have reporting coming up.
Our first report's due in 8 days.
Yeah, 8 days. So,
Am I supposed to be doing that too?
well, that interaction, so yes.
Yeah, so say with, we actually, one of our staff will log in as a representative of Coffee County through the contract, and we actually handle everything. So we log on with the treasurer, do all that stuff, handle all the reporting, and let you know when to send, send you confirmation, just so you're in the loop and things like that. But we really are trying to make it as turnkey as possible, so you guys don't have to deadlines are our problem, not yours. So
Coming up this August 30th, if we don't have you on board, I need to get the report in.
Yeah, 31st, August 31st, yep.
So number one, have we received the money?
Yes,
The money is in-house.
Half of it, yeah.
And the grand total is what?
1.4.
Oh, I thought it was like 50,000.
It's how much?
1.6 million.
Yeah.
So these are the funds you're talking about, that 1.6?
Yep.
We talked about 2, 3, 4 months ago.
Yeah.
And we received half of it.
Yes.
The way that worked, the clerk, it actually went into a big pool. The clerk had to request, essentially, write a grant application to receive the first disbursement, half of the money, which you've done.
Yes.
So it's roughly $80,000.
80,000.
860,000.
No.
No, the 5%.
Oh, for the-
Of what ours
5%.
be, yes, sir.
The 5%.
Just under 80, 79.
Which we break it out over 5-year payments. Just, even though the funds will come out of the ARPA funds, it actually doesn't come out of your general fund, but we just do it over 5 years, so that way it's just spread out a little bit through the project.
And that's part of it that's legal to pay your.
Administration. Yeah, there's actually, it's weird, they have not put a cap on administration, but I know. We just do the 5% just because it's just 5, it's easy. And that's the standard, that should be the standard going, right? It's just anything more than that gets a little out of hand. And like I said, some like to do kind of the extra charges. You're not going to see that from the RTC. We just 5%, and we're quasi-governmental, we're a nonprofit. We need to do what we can to make sure that you guys get that money back out in the community as much as possible.
So we got 5 years to invest that?
It is, yes.
Before
Four.
we sent back?
No, it's 4 years to allocate it, 5 years to spend it.
Before it has to be sent back?
But yes, exactly.
So you would just take 16,000 a year?
Right, to break it down, yes, sir. And that's, we have two dedicated, ARPA specialists, which you guys met, Carrie, and Taylor. Go ahead, Taylor came, will you introduce yourself? They've been the ones going through all the training, and they'll be your contacts for the whole project.
It'd cost us double the amount to have our own staff do it,
I think,
or more.
I think it's a wise move personally.
You said we're number 6 county. Has there been some other counties you presented to that's turned you down?
No, everyone that has asked has
See
accepted
if
it.
there was. why?
Yeah, there's a couple that, or that are gonna try to do it, in-house.
So you're looking at 14, how many counties you got?
We got 12, so we're doing half the
I'm
counties.
saying 14.
Yeah. We got half, this would be half. Some are gonna try to do it in-house, and that's okay, but we'll, we always can help them out later on if they need to sign back on. Because we can actually help them after that August 3rd date, but right now, it's the upfront stuff is pretty easy. It's all that labor intensive when we start making sure the money is audited correctly and all that. That's where it really kicks in. Yeah.
He's got a good team. down
Yeah,
there.
honestly, they make me look good, so they're outstanding.
We've got a good team now.
We
If
sure
you're
do.
doing all the auditing to make sure it's done correctly and everything, how's our auditing firm treat that?
I'm sorry.
If they're auditing this 1.6 million, how's our auditing firm treat that? Do they audit it also?
I'm sure they will.
They'd be welcome
To
to.
a
Yeah,
point.
we'll, all of our records that will be
But
stored, obviously.
You're gonna present your facts to our auditing firm to sign off on.
Yes. And we're happy to share, I mean, it's a member, organization, or member county. We're happy to share our auditing, whenever we complete it every year as well, just to show, Jerry Gilmore, Philip signs up
I
on
know Phil would want to have sign off.
it. Happy to share everything that we can.
I don't think that would be a major issue. No, I would doubt it would be a major issue.
That'd be great.
Protocol.
And Wade's kind of briefed over this and he's on board.
Yeah, he's on board. You can give him some more time to review if you like, but we've got to hit that
If
deadline.
we only got 8 days.
Yeah.
I don't think we got a lot of time to do much anything, but like
You
you
can,
say.
you can prove pending his review.
We're a member of the Southeast Kansas
Yeah.
Regional
Yes, sir.
Planning Commission. If we don't feel that they're comfortable, then we probably should reject
Should-
them.
Right.
Yeah.
So do we need a motion for the chairman to sign this?
Anyways, do you wanted the attorney to look at it one last time, but, or you guys are
I mean,
pretty
he's
good.
already,
It's pretty standard. Yeah, we've been, yeah.
I don't think we need to look it over.
I think we're probably good.
Great.
Everybody good?
Suppose we better vote on it.
So need a motion for the chairman to sign an agreement for administrative consulting services for the American Rescue Plan Act, coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds between Coffee County, Kansas and Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission for funding intended to provide support to state, territorial, local, and tribal governments in responding to the economic and public health impacts of COVID-19 and their efforts to contain impacts on their communities, residents, and businesses.
I'll move.
Is that too much?
No, but I would like to get a copy of whatever you're reading so I can.
Oh, they didn't give you one?
Well, I have it.
It's in the packet, yeah.
Is the motion?
Yeah,
It's in the contract.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be on top page.
I just-
paragraph
I'll
contract.
just copy that.
That works?
One last thing, Commission, if you want to delegate, just for the record, a point of contact or multiple points of contact for project notice. Like when a group comes before the commission and says, we request funds, then you send them to who that person or that group you delegate. It could be the clerk, myself, it could be your treasurer, it could be just delegate somebody. So there's a procedural process, because then I go and have them vet.
Yeah, well, that would be the reason I would say Bobby be that person, just because you're in communication with Matt and his team already. So, if that's okay.
If he's willing.
I have no problem at all with Bob.
We shake his head yes all the time.
It's fine, that's.
Very positive individual. Glad to have Bobby on board.
I'll second the motion Jesse just made.
So Jesse moved, John seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
You know,
Thank you.
they mentioned we'd already received the first half. When's the target date to receive the second part of that?
That's, it's the date's moved.
Yeah, the guidance has
I'll have to
been,
double check with Carrie. I'll get that answer,
Which
Bobby.
won't make any difference.
Yeah.
We're set to get it.
But we'll make sure, all the organizations will be helping the counties. We'll make sure, and the deadlines and things, we'll make sure you share as much as possible, so you guys can be aware as you're making your choices on funding and all that, so.
So we'll just have this signed before you leave. I say there's a, place for the chairman and the clerk to sign. How many copies do you wish?
Do you have the main one right there?
Well, I have one that's handed out in the packet. Unless
There's
you-
there's
unless
a
you got a
second one, and so I can leave one with, you want to leave a copy with you? Is that the way you guys prefer to do it?
I think everybody received a copy, I guess. Did you get?
Oh, no, it's sir, well, that's the wrong one. Oh, no, so that's your copy right there.
That, in the packet you handed me,
Yeah,
yes.
grab that. If I can't have you sign another one, is that okay, Tom?
Yeah, that's what
Okay,
I'm saying.
good.
How many do you wish to have signed?
We'll do two, and then I'll get them signed by my chairman, and then get a copy back.
I just want to make sure Angie signs the same one I signed.
Actually, I'll take that one over to her, we'll just do that one, actually, and I'll get it back to her. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Matt.
No, thank you, guys.
I think it's a good move. Well, get it started and get it going, get it off this center. And see, did we or did we not approve the 500,000 for MT
Upon receiving the money.
upon receiving money? That's the way we read
Now,
it.
that was my only other question. That was my only other question on this, probably, and it might be for him. Under the contract that we received from MT pending the money,
Correct.
they own the property,
great, the hardware.
the hardware.
Hardware.
Now, is that still going to be okay underneath all the rules and regulations?
That's an excellent question. I don't know. So that's now going to, that's something I'm going to throw on him. So right now where we're at with that one, that particular project, our attorney, Wade, has he's been working with their attorney to make sure that the county's interest is preserved, that our needs are going to be met. Many of them, Mr. Bob had been vocal on, so we are trying to make sure those things are like we want them. At that point, I'm gonna send the contract over to, the planning commission. They're gonna make sure that everything's in order, everything's in compliance, sources and uses, and, down the road, different, applications are gonna be auditable, that kind of thing. And then it, comes back, the contract to the chairman for execution at that point.
That was my only concern was we're paying for the hardware and everything that's going for this internet. And in the contract, they're stating they own it and have control of it for 5 years.
Yes, sir.
They could drop it like a hot potato after 5 years and they have all the hardware.
I'm not gonna jump into your attorney's, business too much, but I'm pretty sure he is aggressively cured that. So I believe,
Your terminology.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That was the only thing I.
As quick as this equipment gets outdated, it may be outdated in 5 years.
Well,
But that's not known.
Right.
We need to protect.
I just really didn't like that.
We need to protect our rights.
I just really didn't like it.
And I hope Wade will come back and elaborate more.
Way too.
Good. Hey,
Now these are him into a fire.
they were asking about the contract with MT Networks.
Contract with MT Networks, the 550.
Yes, sir.
So that contract, I've been working with the attorney for MT Networks, their regulatory attorney, I forget what her name is, there was some contract language that I wasn't comfortable with. We ping ponged back and forth, and I think probably within the next couple of days, we'll have it resolved. There were some additional terms and definitions that I requested for coverage for the county, and MT Networks did not object, or the regulatory attorney did not object. So that's sort of where we are. Hopefully that will be before you within the next week, I would anticipate.
So my question towards that was inside the contract, after they received the $550,000 to build this internet stratosphere, whatever you want to call it, all the equipment was theirs. And they was obligated up to 5 years.
Correct.
And then they could just drop it like a hot potato, and all the money we invested was gone.
Well, so some of the language that I've requested references individual case studies for each one of those locations. Summarized individual case studies will be to determine whether each of these locations it's a viable business model to continue those services. So, for example, if the equipment ranges from, I think, $25,000 to $35,000 per piece of equipment, and it's way above my knowledge base, but that's my understanding. If they are to continue with those services, then whatever that location is, and it's not making a profit, then they are going to put together a case study to provide and demonstrate that it's not economically feasible, is sort of where we are.
People's got to jump on board and utilize the internet service that is being provided to them, basically.
So, and this may be a bad analogy because it's outside my wheelhouse, but if they're spending $50,000 to $100,000 a year to provide service to a location and they have 4 customers, then does that make sense?
I guess, maybe I took Jesse's question wrong, but my question is, we're giving this money and they're buying all this equipment. But it says inside it's their equipment. Is it their equipment or is it our equipment? I mean, I took it, what Jesse was saying is they can take the 5 years, they can say buy and take the equipment with them. When we have bought it. So my concern is, can they take the equipment with them? Is it our equipment? Or are we in a sense just letting them use it?
I'm assuming,
We're the owner.
I'm assuming that this is gonna cost more than $550,000 to do all this. We're going in partnership with MT Networks. This is my assumption. We all know what assumption is. That we're going in partnership with MT Networks. This is probably gonna cost $1.5 million to do this. I don't know. So we're going into partnership with them and putting $550,000 to them. That's the way, I mean, we've never heard a total price for this whole deal. I don't remember.
Even with all that equipment, it comes with maintenance, insurance on it. Lightning hits it's gotta be replaced. I mean, we got initial investment, yeah.
I think they did give us a population, the amount of people it was gonna affect and the dollar amount it was gonna cost. I think they gave us.
I don't recall that.
And I think they did.
Yeah, they did.
So,
I think they did.
so I
And it
don't
was
want
gonna, excuse me, and it was gonna cover 5 times the amount of people that it covered for the fiber optic and cost pennies on the dollar.
Correct.
That's the way I understand.
That's the way I understood it as well. And I believe they did it too.
I don't want to step outside my knowledge base area because you're asking me technical questions that I don't think I have the ability to answer. What I do understand is that the equipment will be owned by MT Network. So that's part of what this agreement is. That's what I believe was presented. That was my understanding. I asked that question specifically. I've talked to the representative for MT Networks to get this ball rolling so I could speak with their regulatory attorney in putting together this contract, and we've gone back and forth. But NT Networks would be the one to come back unless Bobby can answer the questions. I know he's worked with some of the people that have to do with this particular NT Networks project, and you know.
So the concern Mr. Jesse brought up, along with what you brought up when you read through the contract, was just what you're saying. Hey, they can just pick up and leave after 5 years and take equipment. So they're giving a useful life on this equipment, about the 5-year period. I think they spelled it out in the contract of what, 6 years or something like that? They did say
5 to 7 years.
5 to 7.
With the lifespan of this equipment to begin with, yes.
Yes, sir. So there would be, obviously, upgrades in the future they would have to make. And they're not proposing in their contract that the county pay for that. They're willing to, if the business model supports it in that particular portion of the network. So you're gonna have 5 different locations they put hardware up at, or I think it's 5. Let's say in the Levo, let's use Waverly. Waverly portion of the project. Let's say they only have 4 people in Waverly that sign up over the next 4 years. So after year 1, they're losing money, right? They're trying to get more customers, but they're just not getting it. They're gonna hang on there for 5 years and provide what they're guaranteeing us they're gonna provide. At the end of that 5 years, before they pull out, Wade has provided language that requires them, incentivizes them to come back before the commission and say, this is why we're going to pull out of Waverly. We only have 4 customers. We lost $280,000 over the last 4 years. They have to prove that business model, that failure in that particular model financially to the commission. So they can't just carry pull out of a particular market and say, well, we're just not doing it anymore. They've got to come back before the commission and provide justification. Was that explained properly?
I mean, until they see the contract, and it's not finalized yet, but that's the idea of what I've been working on behind the scenes.
Okay.
Those undefined terms, because this individual business study term was not defined, and I asked for it to be defined for this exact reason. And I've worked with Bobby and working through this because I felt that was important, because I'm thinking 5 years down the road, let's say exactly what Bobby just talked about, Waverly, it's just not working. Well, without an explanation and a good business reason for pulling out, what are the other reasons? Well, rumors and speculation are gonna start back up. It's gonna be because either politics or somebody is doing something. And why does Levo get to keep it and Waverly doesn't? Because somebody knows somebody, and I don't want that to be a reason. So we're canceling those issues out by writing the contract in a way where there's an escape valve. That's my goal.
If it's not feasible, shut it down.
And I hope to have that back to you. The only other issue that I was dealing with was what I call jurisdiction and venue provision. And I think we've got that ironed out. So it just has to be approved. And then once it's approved, it gets put in the contract. It'll come back to me. We'll make sure it meets what I think it should say, their attorney, and then it'll come to you.
Sounds good to me.
Good.
Any further discussion on any of this?
No, I don't have any questions.
Matt, thanks for coming up.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
So we're about 5 minutes ahead. Wade, you're next.
Which one are we on?
11:45.
11.
The sideline now.
You've already done American Rescue Plan? Okay.
Yes, sir. We just finished that one up.
Okay.
You came in on the tail end of that.
Good.
Perfect timing.
So Now's the time we need to, I guess, put on your thinking caps and make a decision regarding how you want to set and establish the salary for the county treasurer. So you should have in front of you, dated August 23rd, a letter from Mr. Kroll that basically he came before you and stated what his intent wishes were. Now this is a formal document that's saying the same thing, basically, that he wants to defer the motor vehicle fund money that he's entitled to under KSA 8-145, have those funds be deferred into the general fund for the this board to establish a base salary based on that understanding. So I put together a proposed resolution that's sort of what I think attempts to capture that goal. And it has several different provisions. It talks about the treasurer and statutory duties as an elected county official are found in KSA 19501 et sec. It has the Coffee County treasurer salaries established in the CP4U form, which I think I couldn't find what date that was, but that's blank in what I gave you, so we'll need to fill that in. That the board establishes the salaries for all elected officials, that the treasurer is entitled to extra compensation not to exceed $15,000 under KSA 8-145, that the treasurer, Richard Kroll, has formally and voluntarily requested that extra compensation be deferred. And then for reference, it has the extra compensation that's been paid out over the last 4 calendar years. So just so it's clear, I guess, out in the open, 2017, $10,170.99. 2018, $10,210.15. 2019, $10,215.15. 2020, $10,197.35. So now you need to make a decision on what you want that base salary to be. And we need to take into consideration within the McGrath Human Resource Compensation Study, and you can look at Appendix C. That's at least where I have tabs right now. In that study that references proposed department head salary ranges. So for the county treasurer, market median, 51,716, 10% below, 47,1455, 30% above, 67,230.80. And at that point, you get to make the decision.
I'm gonna suggest and throw this out there that Richard has stepped into a vacant position. I'm gonna suggest that for the next 2, until he actually takes the office he was elected to, that we continue with the existing clerk or treasurer salary the way it is. And then after he takes office, we can consider anything else if he wants to formally give it back to us. That's his option at that time. But I'm gonna say that for the next 2 months that we continue the way we have with whatever the existing treasurer's salary was. Just my recommendation, my thinking.
So if I understand your recommendation for the next 2 months until that normal turnover time period, which would be in October, but I don't remember what date that would be in October, but.
12th.
October 12th. So between now and October 12th, and this would be, in essence, retroactive to August 7th at 12:01 a.m. when he officially took over, at least on the appointment side of things, that he maintained the salary of the prior administration.
That's correct.
I feel that, I feel that a set salary needs to be established prior to.
We can set it prior to, I mean, he hasn't actually, I mean, I guess he's taken office, but yet he hasn't been, I guess he has been sworn in.
Yes. Sworn in, sworn out.
All the above.
All the above. Don?
I'm not exactly sure. You know, I know that Richard has been sworn in and got this, I'm not exactly sure where I set on this. Jesse, I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
I feel that we need to have a salary established going into it. Therefore, we're not changing it on the date that he's officially sworn in. I think.
So your suggestion,
I think we need to nail something now.
Change it now and it totally be effective also at that same October.
I think it's gonna save a lot of issues.
Just go ahead and establish it, but it won't take effect till October 12th, is that what you're saying?
We'll establish it now, establish what he's being, you know, he's gonna have to get paid for his services now.
Correct.
But then when he's officially taken office, then it's just continue, it just continues, keeps on keeping on.
And that would stay in place all the way around till January 2022.
Well, so on page 2 of this proposed resolution, the resolution would be reviewed annually in April of each year when all other elected officials' salaries are reviewed under the current CP4U.
It's gotta be done in April.
So that would be an annual review for this particular position, this resolution specifically, because let's say in April of 2022, that Mr. Kroll decides, I'm not interested in doing that anymore. He turns in another letter and says, I'm not interested in doing that, which is his prerogative to do. And then you need to reevaluate and reconsider. And I think under this resolution, that would allow that.
I guess my thinking is the reason for saying what I'm saying is that we didn't anticipate this until October. And I think by doing what the previous way it is now, actually could give us some time to think about what we really want to do in October, so that when there's there, as of today, I don't know what I'd want to set the salary at. So, but I think it's well deserved of what the existing was. I mean, that's kind of what we said, that's what the set salary is at the present time. And then when he's elected, when his official capacity takes place, either before that or at that time, we can determine what we want to do. But that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Of course, his official capacity is already in place.
Yes, it is, but his
And I understand.
elected capacity is not.
Elected term.
Elected term is not in place.
Elected, the same thing that happened 4 years ago or whatever it was. That Karen took over prior to October.
So the only thing you need to take into consideration, and it may not be an issue at all for you, is when you're distributing, if there's a request for the motor vehicle fund money, there's a formula that goes into that, how that gets evaluated or dispersed and distributed. So if part of the time Mr. Kroll is just receiving the salary and then can make the request for those funds, then he'll be entitled to some of those funds.
That's true.
And then if it changes, then it's more of an accounting issue, I guess, is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter to me how you set and establish what you're gonna do moving forward. I would just encourage you that
I guess my thing is, if Richard wasn't appointed right now, Richard's gonna take office in October. He was elected.
Correct.
If he was not appointed, would we be doing anything different right now?
we wouldn't be doing anything different right now.
Right. I guess that's my point is.
Sure.
You're saying, or if I understand, if they selected someone else to fill a 2-month term or a 3-month term, would we do anything different than continue with the salary that?
You're right, but but when Richard would take office, we would have a salary set in place for him at that time. And I think we need to take some time, continue what we're doing, take a little bit of time to think about just what we are going to do and put it in place so that when he does take office, it is in place.
So if that is the option that the board chooses to follow moving forward, I think you need to evaluate Mr. Kroll and the salary from his predecessor versus where he is now. I think they're in two different positions. Now, I know it would only be from August 7th until October 12th, but if he he just slides into and assumes the salary of his predecessor, I think you need to think long and hard about that.
Me too.
I think he wants to weigh in. Am I correct, Richard?
Sure. Yeah, let Richard.
I didn't even see you.
Yeah, let Richard weigh in with it.
Yeah, I think we absolutely need to hear.
So
Listen, Richard.
I'm fine with whatever happens. I stated this at the library during the open session and said, I'm not here to try and draw the most money I possibly can. I am here to represent Coffee County in the best way possible. As such, I hope you see some value in my being here and pay me correctly, but it doesn't bother me to wait until, the correct date, October 12th. According to that statute, it says any year where there's more than one person. So it's not quite the same situation it was when the previous treasurer took over, because she started, I believe, at the beginning of January. So there was only one that was only going to apply for the motor vehicle money. But it says within that statute, if there is more than one, not two, not three, just more than one person serves, then it's prorated throughout the year, which roughly amounts to $200 per week. It's not quite, but it's close. And so with what's been going on, 60% of what you've seen is basically 10,200. That's pretty close to what it's always been.
10,194.
So 10.2 is 60% hers. And if we continued on, you could say, well, you can have a bonus at the end of the year of 17%, because that's what 9 weeks is going to be. And then the rest of the year, that would go to the general fund, because that's what I will turn in when it's time for I'd much rather have a regular salary, whatever you deem that to be. If you get money thrown on for the motor vehicle fund, great. So I'm fine with however that works. And if you want to continue with the current state to make it easier to figure out how you want to pay me, I'm fine with that. That won't cause any issues. I'm not going to stand up here and say, I'm happy with the range I heard. Put me somewhere in there and we're great. Does that make any sense?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that it's
Done correctly.
strict.
Correct.
Strict.
Correct.
Yes,
done
that's,
correctly.
that's what I want.
And that's why I would
And I
say,
want what we do right now does not affect anything else in the future for our county and for this board.
yes, and I like the annual April date of, you can, whether we make a standard form that says, do you want the money or do you not? And so then there would be whatever you determine a base salary is, and then whatever, if somebody says, I will turn that back to the general fund, or that's the way it should be anyway. Going back to Bobby being Mr., agreeable. Well, we just had a new pastor in the church for the last 3 years, and he was Mr. Agreeable when he got there. He nodded at everything. So finally, one guy asked, why do you nod all the time? Well, I heard you. Did you understand it? No. But I heard you, so I nodded. And so everybody was talking to him thinking he knew what was going on. It's not the same footing. So we will be on the same foundation if every year you actually have someone, whether that's me or whoever's in the future, turn in a form that says yes or no on taking the funds.
As far as me, I mean, if you don't want to make it active till October 12th, that's fine.
Which makes sense to me. Like I said, I'm the appointed person, and I
If
suppose if
anybody wants a little bit of time to think about it.
just so you know, you have time.
The only issue in the interim is between now and then, you have to figure out and establish what a base pay is, because between now and then, he's gotta be paid something. So part of the reason why this was brought up today is because we're nearing the end of the month, and the hope is, I mean, he's not filled out, my understanding is he's not filled out any paperwork with the county to be put on the payroll until this was resolved, because this has not been resolved. In fact, there have been some requests for documents that don't exist.
The base pay would be, to me, would be what the previous one was receiving.
And that is
The
56,886 times 6.
plus for the next 2 months, and then he would be also entitled to some of the motor vehicle fund money when it was done. But
Is that hard? Is that a thing that's hard to divvy, I guess? I mean, if
I don't think
the
so.
previous administration gets 60-some% or whatever it was, and then
It's a formula.
Yeah, there's a formula that determines it, but
it's not a complicated
No.
thing.
Journal entries.
So it sounds like it'll work for you if we leave your salary for the next 2 months. In fact, it's only a month and a half, really.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone and address it in October.
Mhm.
The same as what our past treasurer was receiving.
And I do agree and recognize that Richard is wanting to return that. So I do understand that, yes, we will need to determine what his monthly salary is going to be. But we need to do that between now and then. So don't just, if we do this, just don't drop the ball.
Right. No.
I still would encourage you to reevaluate assuming the salary of the predecessor. You said the 56?
I wouldn't expect to step in at that level. Just saying, because I don't have the same knowledge base. She didn't have the same knowledge base I have in investments. So you can weigh that in with whatever. But as far as working upstairs, I don't know how everything works yet.
I guess my whole thinking is you are actually filling in for her for the next 2 months. So you're doing her job, do what she was. So I have no problem with paying you what she was doing for the next 2 months.
Yes.
That's my thinking on it.
And neither would I.
Even though you maybe didn't have a background up front, your knowledge and background is gonna happen very, very quickly, as we're all aware of. So you're gonna be up to full speed. If you're not up to full speed already, you're gonna be up to full speed
I mean, this
very,
is
very
day
quick,
7
very quickly.
Day 17, there's been 14 days that I've been here, counting the weekends, doing something upstairs.
Are you content with? I just see some,
No,
in your verbiage,
Not
I feel
content.
like there's some concerns of not getting this going ahead today.
I don't, go ahead.
I just know what's gonna happen.
I don't mind waiting for the resolution. There's no issue with that.
Okay.
I think,
Where did Karen start?
I can't answer that question.
I mean, I think it was 52, I think is what you guys determined as a newly elected official.
I think it was actually,
48, that thing sticks in my head.
I think it was, I recall it was 50, and then it's gone up to 52 with cost of living bonuses.
So
The number that's sticking in my head is 50,000.
But I'm going off of memory, I'm sure.
I can look it up.
Angie's pulling it up right now.
Well, I mean, if he's not taking the motor vehicle, I have no problem with him at 56,886 at this point in time. I guess what I'm saying.
But right now, between now and October, he's taking the motor vehicle. Because that resolution is not in effect.
Yeah. It's not what it's.
it's about $1,700 in case you're curious.
But if we adopted this the 23rd day of August, he still has from the 7th to the 23rd to take motor vehicle funds for that time.
No, because that dates back to August 7th at 12, at the very bottom. Or at the very top of the second page. I don't remember what.
Oh, I see, okay.
That was done intentionally, trying to resolve that particular issue. So I would encourage you, at least before you make a decision, to think about it. I think the positions are now on the floor, and then by the end of the meeting, you can maybe circle back and make a decision. At least in the interim, because we're only talking about from August 7th to October 10th or 12th.
Second Tuesday. So there you go.
What, Richard's gonna be on board a month, the payroll will be issued next week. What salary is he based on for this next week? Right now, we don't.
Not, you have to make a decision today.
We don't have a salary set for Richard.
Well,
That's what we're saying.
that's what I'm saying, but I'm going back to and maybe we don't, but that's why I'm going back to the previous one to fill in for the 2 months. And maybe I'm totally out of it.
But right now, we need to establish something or, because we have nothing in place at all for your salary.
Right.
Correct.
Working weekends for free right now.
So if Richard hadn't been appointed, would we still be doing this, trying to figure out who had been appointed for the 2 months? What their salary would have been?
No, then you'd be establishing what the salary would be for an elected official.
No, my question was, if Richard had not been appointed and someone else had been appointed, would we be trying to figure out what their salary would be for the 2 months, or we would still be doing it?
We'd still be negotiating.
This would be an issue no matter what.
So if we put him in at the 56,886, he's saying he don't want the motor vehicle fund money, and he just turns that $1,700 or whatever it is back over to the general.
Sure.
That would get us to April 12th. And if we decide we want it different than that, then we'll make that decision later. Is that acceptable or not?
Your suggestion, keep that one figure all the way to April?
Yeah, he's
Is it
still,
56
he's still.
with no motor vehicle?
With no motor vehicle.
No motor vehicle, you're gonna charge all that.
He's turning,
I'm fine with that.
he's turning it back over.
Show me where to sign.
I got 56.
So is that your salary currently at the 56,886.96?
Mine says 87.
Pardon?
86
Or
or
whatever
87.
it is, 56, 87,
56.
56, 86, whatever.
Well, it is 87 rounded off, yeah.
Whatever the number is.
And he turns the motor vehicle money back over to the general fund. And then we got till April 12th to change it if we want to change it.
And that will absolutely work for you, Richard.
Sure. Yes, it will.
I could live with that, I guess, that's it. Because basically, it's still doing what I said to me. Actually, it's less than what I proposed.
So before you make a decision on that, I mean, I don't know whether to do it now or do it later, but I think I'm gonna need to request an executive session
Well,
to
let's just,
provide legal advice.
let's do it now while it's on our mind. You at our age, sometimes things slip.
So
I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at you.
5 minutes should be.
I'll make that motion.
Let's do 10, please.
Okay.
Second.
With, who wait,
Us and
it's just you and us?
Yep.
You seconded mine?
Dawn seconded for 10 minutes, is that correct?
Yep.
We'll go in at 12:10.
Already typing yes.
My 2-year-old grandson just tried to video call me. I guess if they're an executive, I can call back.
Oh, we got Denise.
Told you, you never know when I'll pop up.
Well, we seen you lurking back there.
Yeah.
We are back.
So just a quick, I guess, asterisk for those who are watching and want to know why was there an executive session in the middle of this discussion. There was some legal issues that needed to be sorted out that were, I needed to provide some legal advice to the board. However, establishment and issue surrounding why this topic's before the board today, salary was not discussed. That will continue to be discussed in an open session so that that discussion is open and transparent to whoever's here today and to the viewers. So you can pick up that conversation now.
Well, for me, as further thought, I'm gonna suggest, as he's coming in new, previous was making 56,886. If you do 53 as a starting salary and let him keep the motor vehicle fund for the rest of the year, or until October.
Would you say for the rest of the year?
Well, or whatever
The term, the elected official term,
yeah,
until October 12th.
Until October 12th.
yeah, that's my meaning, sorry.
Your suggestion, I could,
53, which would be bringing in
53.
less as the first time, and have the, whatever the dollar amount is till April 12th out of the motor vehicle fund,
October 12th, not
October 12th.
and then we'll reestablish at that point in time.
Or if he decides he wants to keep the motor vehicle fund as part of his salary, then
I would still rather not, so you need to discuss what that salary.
we can discuss that at a later time. This will get him on the level, this will get everything moving forward as needs to be.
With no motor vehicle tax, I'm at the 50.
Pardon me?
I said, if he's not taking the motor vehicle tax, I'm at 50,000. From
You're what, Jeff?
50,000. From, what'd you say, August 7th? Start
Yeah,
date?
that's when I started.
Yeah, August 7th. Start.
Till October 12th. Or October, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the meeting that is around that time period that would be the next meeting that we take up that particular issue around the 12th?
We got Labor Day.
Would be the 4th.
Or the 11th.
Is the 12th a Monday?
Well, it would be a Tuesday. Monday is, it would be, actually, no, we'll be here on the 11th because that's Columbus Day and we don't do Columbus Day. So we will be here on the 11th.
Okay, so I think then that particular issue needs to be set and established on the agenda for October 11th to revisit the proposed resolution and see if, I don't know, Mr. Crowell's indicated he still intends to want to defer the motor vehicle fund money, but we can take that up on that particular date. So you said 50,000 plus the motor vehicle fund.
I would do the 50 and plus the motor vehicle. He was at 53 plus the motor vehicle. He doesn't want the motor vehicle, but at 50, he might want.
I'm fine with continuing until we get to that date. Once we get there, my term, I'd rather have it as a monthly stipend thrown in.
But you suggested 53 without
So the end result's almost the same.
Basically the same.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna be 53, 54, 54.7.
Well, yeah, I did say that in keep the motor vehicle.
Yeah.
It's, sorry,
So,
sorry.
so the easier way, I think, for today in the interim, because a separate resolution would likely need to be put together to defer, if that's the way you want to go. And I don't have a resolution that deals with that. I'd have to go put one together and come back. So to make it cleaner, it might be if 50 is the way you're gonna go, and then, so everybody's aware that's, watching on the outside, then that gets broken down over this time period to whatever that would be per month. And then he'd also be, Mr. Kroll would also be entitled to the motor vehicle fund from August 7th to October 12th. And then after that, it would be reestablished on October 11th. Is that my understanding of what you're proposing?
That's the way I'm understanding it.
Okay.
Well, I'm gathering it as well.
Okay.
He's at 50, I was at 53 with, I guess I did say with, so I mean,
I thought you said their last without, but I probably
I
didn't
know
hear.
I did too, but maybe not.
You're 50 with.
But 51.5,
51,700, whatever it is.
51.5
Yeah.
plus motor vehicle. Till October 12th. Going once, going twice. So, what, do we have a resolution number?
No, because.
He has to go out.
Because it has to be a different resolution.
Yeah, we're not gonna do a resolution if you're just establishing salary.
Probably just
Okay.
need-
Okay.
Yeah, you just need a motion, and then once if this is what you choose to do later, then the resolution will
Okay,
deal with the other, so.
my apology.
Nope, you're fine.
So, need a motion to give Richard Kroll, appointed county treasurer, $51,500 a year, base salary plus motor vehicle fund until October 12th.
Well, I don't think, so I'd ask that you strike or take out the motor vehicle fund part of it, because that's not part of the salary.
Okay,
The only reason that was being discussed or mentioned is because his request was that it be deferred, because that's not what's happening now, that he's statutorily entitled to that extra compensation, and he will
okay,
just need to submit a voucher. So you're just establishing his salary from August 7th, 2021, at 12:01 a.m. to whatever the time is on October 12th, when he would officially take over the elected term of office.
So we just need to figure it out.
51.5.
Yeah, 50, I'll move for 51.5.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Sorry it took so long.
We had one other item on the agenda.
So I've got the sheriff with me on this one, and this is more for the board's edification and, I don't know if you need to contact your constituents. There needs to be some conversations with individuals in Topeka, but the situation that I'm about to discuss is concerning, and we don't know what the answer is. And we talked about it before. It has to do with involuntary care treatments. And we had a situation last week where by the time the sheriff's department had this particular individual stable and under supervision, after a screening, law enforcement sat on top of this person for 49.25 hours. How much of taxpayer money did that cost to do so? Approximately $1,200. And I requested an itemized list from the sheriff's department so that I had an idea, because I was very concerned. And we're told that it's a state level issue. Osawatomie doesn't have beds, we have issues with screening, and what it turns into is we have a lieutenant detective that sat on this individual for 6.5 hours, another deputy that sat for almost an hour, another deputy that sat for 2 hours, another deputy that sat for 5 hours, another undersheriff sat for 6 hours, and then so on and so forth. So we've tried a number of different ways to deal with this particular issue locally, talking to our local partners, collaborate with them, and we keep on running into dead ends because they can't do anything at this level. We keep on being told it's a state issue. So this is the time and place now to make it a state issue. And we have a voice here. We have a voice by being broadcast to the masses by YouTube, but each of you have a voice, and collectively you have a voice where if you speak to whoever you know in other commission seats across the state and different counties, adjacent counties, and I think you'll find they have similar issues. But what this does is when we have law enforcement sitting on an individual while they're waiting for the court process, or they're waiting for a bed, which is usually what, because they're number 18 in line or 16 in line, you put officer safety at risk. And that's my concern. When an officer is sitting with an individual, does that mean another one's out roaming the county by themselves? I don't think that's what happens, but you get, if you keep on having this situation occur, you're going to end up in a bad situation. And I know we had a meeting on Friday with Crosswinds, and Crosswinds is doing what they can at this level, trying to address the issue. And their concern is that it's a state issue. It's more of a Topeka issue than it is a local issue. So I just wanted it to be brought forward so you're aware that this is an issue that continues to exist in Coffee County. Fortunately, we don't have a large number of care and treatment cases. If we did, we'd be, these numbers would be astronomical. So I don't know if Sheriff has anything.
The longer this administration goes on, there might be more.
And to clarify which administration.
Presidential administration, sorry.
So, good afternoon now. So this is an issue that all 104 sheriffs across the state are dealing with. This is not a Coffee County issue. And we beat that horse and beat that horse and beat that horse to try to get changes made, and the governor is not listening. It's time that the county commissioners across the state, the sheriff's office, Kingman Sheriff Association, the Board of Hospitals, the Hospital Association, and mental health agencies across the state band together and tell the governor something's got to change. I mean, it took 10 people, 10 of my employees, to leapfrog them in and out to set on this patient that's my responsibility to get it taken care of before we could get a bed open. I mean, this is ludicrous what's going on, and it's all politics, and it's got to stop. The sheriffs across the state, I've spoken to many sheriffs about this issue. I put out an email to the Sheriff's Association, and they've told me, Tom, you and the other 103 sheriffs are in the same boat, and we've done all that we can do at the state level. Nobody's listening. So whatever you can do to assist us in making this change, it has to be everybody getting together, standing on the courthouse lawn saying, Governor, it's time you listen. Something's got to be done. So whatever assistance you can give me, I'll take it. I'll take it and run.
What would your dollar figures?
Pardon me?
What would your dollar figures on what that cost us?
It costs you $1,300 for 10 of my guys to sit for 49 and a half hours.
Meanwhile, our county is.
Meanwhile, I've got guys that are sitting there because this individual originally could have been violent, had a weapon, and so I just can't, stick a 5'10" or a 5'3", jailer with this guy. It was a male subject, and so I've got 2 people sitting with him, and of course, later on, once the situation calmed itself down, I had 1. But I'm taking jailers and deputies. 3 of us are on COVID. Today was my first day back after 10 days. So there's 3 of us out on COVID quarantine. I've got people on vacation and people at training. I had nobody else. I'm calling people on days off and taking jail staff out of jail and people off the road to sit on this patient. Because again, he can't leave the hospital because we don't have that, level like I talked about. If we had a jail and we had a medical staff and the psych staff, we could have, but we can't. We're stuck. And he's been shown involuntary. We've got a care and treatment done. Called a judge in to get that done at the last minute, and we're stuck. It's not like we can say, tell you what, hospital, take care of it. He's my responsibility. So please, again, it's something that we're dealing with on a regular basis. We have maybe 10 or 12 a year. And again, it's my budget that I pay for it.
Where's this individual at now?
We can't talk about that. That's not something we talk about in open
I
session.
realized that as soon as I asked the question.
Yeah, sorry, can't talk about that.
Not in Coffee County.
Probably not in any county.
So anyway, please, I'm asking for your assistance. Anybody you can reach out to. Eric has sat down with me and said that he can make some phone calls. But again, the Kansas Sheriff Association has had meetings, and I don't think one person's going to be able to do it. It's going to take a mass group of people to tell the governor something's got to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to conclude, this is the forum, this is where sometimes the only place where a voice can be heard, because right now, I know there's people who are watching. They watch. I've been contacted by news stations in Topeka who watch, and they pay attention to what we're doing because we're on YouTube. Not that this is a meeting they're gonna watch, I don't know, but you never know. But
In my eyes, if it doesn't have COVID in front of it, the governor doesn't care about it.
But the governor is not the only one watching.
Right.
There are other people watching, and if it's an important issue that, an important issue of statewide importance, which I think from what the sheriff just told you, it is. And dealing with people in mental health crisis in an involuntary setting is a significant problem and has been for a number of years. And not having the available facilities or capacity to keep those individuals moving through is a problem. And I don't know what the answer is, but what's happening right now sure isn't the answer. It's getting worse, and it's creating a huge void, and now it's costing Coffee County taxpayers and putting, go ahead.
What is our only two options now, right? Osawatomie and Larned?
Now, Larned is a whole different story. Larned is for competency in criminal cases. You have a forensic evaluation that's done for somebody who either defense counsel, myself, or the judge makes a motion, whether written or oral, that somebody, and I've done it before, I don't believe somebody is competent to stand trial. I'm requesting an evaluation. Here are the indicators that I believe I've observed and that they're exhibiting. Judge makes the determination. We get a local evaluator to complete a initial competency evaluation. They come back, and then if they determine that the individual is incompetent to stand trial, then they are ordered for further evaluation at Larned State Hospital, where they have a forensic team that does a more comprehensive evaluation, and they may be out there for months. The problem with Larned is the wait for somebody to go to Larned is actually worse than Osawatomie. It's what, 6, 8, 9, 10 months? So in the meantime, those individuals sit in the respective county jails until a bed is available, which that's just the way it is.
So some of the stuff that I've got from the sheriffs in the past week, or what you're hearing here, but they're saying it's almost like the hospitals. Sheriff in Graham County says, I was calling Oklahoma and Nebraska trying to find someplace to take this individual. You know, there's no bed space. The issue with Osawatomie is if it's an involuntary committal or you don't have insurance, there's no other choice. Now, if you have insurance and that hospital can get you into a private institution, that's all fine and dandy. But our hospital is trying to take people all over the state because there's no beds. COVID is taking over again. And so what are you doing? You're traveling hundreds of miles to someplace, get an opening. Sheriff in Graham County, Western Kansas, drove somebody to Girard because there was not another single opening for him to take a mental health patient. But there was one bed in Girard, and they opened it up to take him. That's what we're seeing.
Clear across the state.
Absolutely. If you find a bed open in a mental health institution and it's open, you better take it because there's not another one around.
So I understand what you're saying is everybody needs to be on the State House lawn talking to the governor or something. How do you get this going about? The Sheriff's Association's been there and a lot of others. I mean, what do we do different to make it work?
I don't know what the answer is, but I know that if, for example, if there's 104 sheriffs in Kansas and those 104 sheriffs have got a petition signed, and the hospital association and the mental health boards and the county commissioners across the state, that's a lot of voters.
Yeah, it is.
And when you say something's got to be done, Governor, you need to look at this. Whether you take off this moratorium and you open up additional beds, or you build someplace else, I don't care. But my constituents and my budget are the ones that are hurting. Everybody in this state is hurting. Mental health is the issue. Mental health is COVID and mental health. That's your two issues right now across the state for the sheriffs. And it's across the state. We're not across the United States. Unless you live in a metro area, and for you that don't understand that, we don't live in a metro area. Every rural county sheriff in the state of Kansas is dealing with this. Something's got to be done. And to be truthful, that's why I'm asking. If you can reach out and touch with somebody, the word has got to get out that something's got to be done. And it's not going to start here. It's got to end here. We've got to tell the governor, Secretary of State, whoever it is, that holds that coffer money and says, we can open up those beds or do whatever, it's gotta start someplace.
Once again, you got staffing issues. You don't have enough nurses to fill the hospitals nowadays, and now you're gonna have to have more nurses to fill a mental hospital. It's the same old song and dance. We've got to get back to work. We've got to get people off the couch
Yes, sir.
and on the time card.
That's right.
We've got to shut some things down before things will improve.
Yeah.
But the longer this goes on, the more mental health is going to be an issue.
It's not going away.
No.
It's never gonna go away. It's just right now, it's in the forefront of everybody because we're dealing with it. You know, it's every day for us. Literally, it's every day. There's some mental health issue that I have to deal with.
Which is working on your mental health.
Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's not gonna go away. You know, it's like this jail. It's not getting fixed on its own.
No.
So we've got to try to do something. I can't go home at night and sleep unless I feel that I brought your attention. That's how bad it is right now. People are gonna be saying, why are you doing this? People don't have a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
This is shouting from the rooftop. That's the best way to catch it. And sometimes you gotta shout from the rooftop to get people to hear. That's the only thing I can say about it.
Don't hold me away if I'm on the rooftop shouting.
I'll be there.
And to not do what we're doing and for this issue to not be resolved, the consequences could be potentially tragic or catastrophic.
Yeah.
Well, that was my whole thing. That was my whole thing about the mental part of the judicial, the jail and judicial system and some mental beds. But when you can't even get the criteria for mental, I guess whatever you want to say, how to treat somebody or take care of somebody from the state, how can you go and build something to help your sheriff to have somebody there instead of his patrol officers and guards?
Points back to the state.
Points back to the state once again. That they're not doing their due diligence to get the criteria, so I'm assuming that was needed when we was looking at them.
Let's clarify a couple of things here real quick before we don't have the public, again, making some vicious rumors. The issue of the mental health attachment to this project is done.
It's no longer.
Dead in the water.
It's no.
What I'm talking about is having medical and mental health professionals, for example, Advanced Correctional, who we've dealt with from the start of this project, that has those individuals that we would contract with them to help who we have in our jail. So when I bring that person from the hospital, because now I could if I had a medical and psychiatric person in our jail, contracted to do services, then I don't have to let them sit at the hospital. I have medical staff there and jail staff already there that I'm not paying overtime for 50 hours to do that. So this mental health wing, let's not bring that back up. That's something we're going to bring up with the mental health board, and we'll do it on a separate basis. Specifically in the jail is what I'm talking about, not some 100-bed facility. The 87 or 78 beds, a few of those are just like what we're talking about, are going to be for a mental health pod.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I was going towards. But you don't have the jail room to house somebody in there for mental health.
Right now?
Right now.
I don't have any staff to do that. And again, I don't have a mental health professional or medical staff contracted.
So it's bottom line, it's still an issue.
Absolutely. It's an
A,
issue.
you don't have a cell available. B, you don't have anybody there to take care of it other than your own personal staff.
That's correct, sir.
So, I mean, that's what I was getting at.
Sorry, I just want to make that clarify.
No, I'm not pushing the mental hospital addition for a jail. I know that's all dead water, but this is a lot of the reasoning behind it, because it's not going to get any better.
That's correct, sir. It's not gonna
And the
solve it.
availability of rooms in other places is not gonna get any better.
It's not, but at least, and it's not gonna fix things to where we're gonna have them here forever. If it's an involuntary committal, I don't have a choice, they have to go to Osawatomie or a private institution. But yet still, while I'm waiting for that bed, I've got a mental health professional, medical staff in my own facility to take care of it. That's the whole issue. The liability issue is not being provided in medical or psychiatric services while they're being held. That's the issue.
And is that somebody that you can get?
Absolutely. Already in the works, sir. If we get a facility built, I can sign a contract today and have multiple entities, whatever we decide to do, come in there with contract and they would provide services.
But you can't do it now in the jail you have.
I could, sir, but the cost is expensive for 18 beds. And we have a health nurse here that can come look at them if I need to. And if worse comes to worse, I've taken the crosswinds. And they can be evaluated here just like they are at the hospital through the televideo stuff. I just don't have contracted staff in my building that I can take them to.
Which then finally is the perfect segue to go back to something I had mentioned earlier, at the beginning of today's meeting, is considering having a special meeting to talk about the Justice Center. And I don't think you can consider that for today, but I'd encourage you to highly consider it, have it after people would be off of work, 5 or 6 o'clock. Probably need to figure out a venue to hold it, and then it would need to be advertised so that you have those for, against, let them all come out, let them all talk, let them all express their positions. When Tom and I were at the city council meeting several weeks ago, there were 30 people there who appeared to be locally opposed to at least the property purchase on the south end of town. And a lot of their questions at that point in time were centered around misinformation, but that was not the appropriate forum for those questions to be asked. This is the appropriate forum before each of you who can answer those questions. At that meeting, we were on a time clock, and as soon as the gavel got slammed on the table, we were done. So I think for those of us who have been a part of this process from the beginning and who know sort of the background on how we got to where we are, we're in a better position to answer those questions too. Whether it be the citizens of Burlington, citizens of Waverly, or anywhere else in the county, they need to come out, they need to have their voices heard and their questions answered by this board.
Does that need to be one meeting, or does it need to be a meeting in each community?
I'd start with one meeting and see what happens.
See how they expand, because we're walking into all the athletic events in all of our schools, which takes up 4 nights a week.
You gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, I realize that. And the quicker we start, the better off we are, but we've also got to have the correct information to go to.
I don't think doing it on a Monday morning, you're just not gonna get people to turn out because they.
What night during the week is the best?
Probably Wednesday, isn't it?
Wednesday's most open night, because you got, but there isn't any, the time frame's pretty important, you know, that if we do something by this November, time frame's pretty quick. You're just gonna have to set it and let people pick and choose where they wanna go.
Well, you mentioned if you're gonna do something this November, so to get a question on the ballot, and I think that time window is, I don't know if that window's closed, but it's pretty close. And I don't say that very lightly, because right now with the information that's out there, that we're now having to go back and circle back and do what we're doing with the rumors and misinformation. Do you think if it got put on the ballot today, that it would pass?
Probably not.
I don't know. It might not. I don't know. That I don't know. But I mean, one thing you did do is promise to the voters that whether this goes forward or not, the voters would decide. And I think they need to, that is key. So
truthfully, I've heard as many or more positives than I have negatives once it's explained to the people and they understand.
So that,
We need to explain to everybody.
it's a strategic move. And I don't know what, and Angie needs to know very quickly because she's getting ready for, the election cycle. And I don't know what that exact timeline is and how that all works, because that's not my wheelhouse.
No, it's getting close, what you
It's
can
getting
say.
close because I'm starting the program now. but
I mean,
Can I add?
go ahead.
So just so you know, that this general election, you're gonna probably, I mean, I don't see anything really contested out there too much on the election, so you're only gonna get probably about 10 to 13% of voters voting. Next year is gonna be a bigger election, it's midterms and the general, so you're gonna get a larger turnout. So that might be something you want to think about too. Just food for thought, that my window is closing as far as when I can get that question in there, so.
You know, this is such an important decision by our citizens, that in itself may bring out another 5 or 10%. It's, I know what you're talking about, it's an off-year election, but
It could.
yeah, you don't know how people are gonna respond.
So go ahead.
I started thinking out loud. I mean, if you did put it on the ballot, you'd want to make sure you had as many of these public meetings as you could.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's it gonna hurt not to put it on the ballot and to start scheduling public meetings?
I leave that up to somebody with more knowledge than I am.
That's why I asked the question.
Based off what Andy said about, you know, but then Don's correct too. If it's important, and it is important, people will show up to vote. I mean, we've all said it, voters should have the right to decide.
One of the questions that I'm not sure has been resolved is how it gets paid for. And I know there's been recent discussion related to that. I wasn't in to hear the bond attorney talk about what those options are, but I mean, when you go out into the public, that's one of the questions that, and that.
Well, we're looking at several options. I mean, I believe the public was listening when the bond attorney was here, that, you know, whether it's partial, reserve funds, but it sounds like the majority will be bond, without any tax increase to the citizens. I mean, of course, we're gonna pay the interest on it, but
Well,
it beats depleting the reserve fund.
And you're not gonna totally deplete the reserve fund, and you're not gonna raise any taxes. Yeah, you're gonna pay some interest. Everybody pays interest, well, most everybody pays interest.
So these are all things that once you get out, say there's a special meeting, those questions can be answered, because
I think that's the biggest thing we need to do is meeting and start getting the public informed.
But we gotta have all the answers.
So it sounds like
And
we
if you're talking the same story and.
have a mutual agreement by next week, whether or not we're gonna put it on the ballot or wait another year.
We need.
What's your opinion, Mr. Johnson?
I'm not sure how quick Joe will be back in touch with us for the options for the review.
Exactly.
You ought to be able to punch that stuff in a computer.
Yeah, he can do that in 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, once he gets it all laid out, it'll automatically kick it out.
Based off what Andy said, based off the being bounced off walls, for lack of better terminology, that you're having to run into, do you think it's wise to put it on the ballot this November? And basically tell them it's not gonna increase their taxes, we probably will bond it out, some will probably come from reserve. I mean, no, it's not set carved in stone exactly yet, but by the time we have a public meeting, it will be, by the time the election comes around.
So again, you know, I was told at one of these meetings that our bond question would need to be finalized and given to Angie by September 1st. So I've said this from the start, when I started having these meetings and talking to people and getting that committee together, that I needed answers. We can't do even the question without having these answers in front of us. How we're gonna bond it, where it's gonna be, people wanna know that. Obviously, the citizens of Burlington spoke to us and said they didn't want to hear it. So it's time to move on and figure out the process. If you can answer those questions and you can get it to Angie and she can put it on the ballot, the only question is do we think there'll be enough people show up to vote on it?
That's my main question.
I think those are the two questions is where's it gonna be and, how's it gonna be paid for? But to me, the real question is, you tell me why we really need it.
Correct.
And you tell me why we really need it, and I don't know if I really care how you're gonna, where it's gonna be or how it's gonna be bonded, but you tell me why I really need it, and then I will support your project. I mean, I think that's one of the questions that, to me, is a more important question, and how much is it gonna cost and how you gonna bond it?
Again, all these questions fall back to one. Is, can you get this on the ballot? The question then, we're sitting here arguing, we've been here for an hour, arguing this issue. How's it gonna pay for it? Well, we've talked about 4 different things, and I'm not saying that bad, because we said the same thing. We're arguing with you the same way, we're discussing it. Could we get everything together, put it on the ballot for this November? If not, it's easy, we're gonna have to wait. I don't like that, there's a sour taste in my mouth, but that's not your fault or my fault. The issues that we've had with the city has delayed us, we focused on it, we thought it was a done deal, and obviously it wasn't. So we're starting over again.
I was gonna say, we don't even have property. I mean, if the city doesn't come around, which
They're not gonna come around.
So now we've got to find another location.
Yep, and I already spotted a location.
And it's gonna take water, and it's gonna take electricity, and it's gonna take sewer.
Yep.
So the numbers of the cost is gonna change.
Absolutely.
It's gonna go up.
Maybe, I don't know the answer to that. Maybe. But I've already talked about that. I mean, designs can be changed, and yes, there's gonna be cost. If we put it someplace else, is there a pavement road to it? If it's a county road, there's issues there.
Okay.
Roads are $1 million a mile. What are we gonna do there? So there's issues that I've thought about.
Can a justice center be somewhere besides in the county seat?
Yep, you can be any place again. If the city said they don't want it there, I can put it any place we want it.
Bobby said it can go any place.
All right.
The court can't it?
Yes, it can.
Oh, the court.
There's nothing that says, it says that the court shall be in the county seat. We can't go to Franklin County to have court. We have to have court in this county.
Wherever that has to be in Burlington.
That's right, it does not.
All right. Well, it changes the whole ballgame.
Yep,
in my
like I
opinion.
said, we've moved on.
Might be
The
other
city
communities
of
in
Burlington has made their statement, and it's time to move on. So I know where there's 600 acres that the county already owns. We've already looked at it, we've already assessed it. That's as far as we've been.
I was with Bobby last week, and because we're being turned down here, we can move the whole thing.
So that's what I'm saying, it's time to move on. So, again, we haven't made a decision here, but again, if all this can't be done, if these decisions can't be made, you can't develop that question that's on the ballot, we don't know the answers here.
Let's wait. Everybody ponder it, we'll see what the bond attorney comes up with by next week.
We need to make sure he's gonna be back here next week.
And I'm assuming we'll have those figures. but I'll-
Either that or Bobby can present the numbers.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
For listening. Yeah.
Yep. Anything else, Wade?
Roundtable?
Unless you have something else you want.
Nope. The only thing for roundtable, I'm still working with HR Partners on finalizing that agreement. There was a provision in it that needed to be updated, working with them. I think we've come to a meeting of the minds on that particular provision, and it should be corrected and to me by the end of the day, so you can probably review it next week.
While I got you there, Darrell from Ag had a contract with the engineering firm he hired to design the extension building. We kind of spoke about it earlier. The numbers in here are estimated numbers until we know what the final number is. Nobody's really wanting to get off dead center, it sounds like, so to speak. So we need to proceed basically, if you will, with the design. We can send it out for bids, see where the numbers come in at. That's just a standard AIA document.
Is that what's sitting here? I didn't know what that was.
If you want to look it over, get back to me.
Is that something that you have to sign?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to, I've been reading so many contracts here lately, and I
understand.
Keep on finding things that I have to have changed. So I don't know if this one will be one, but.
Well, another week's probably not gonna make a big difference.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Angie?
Well, we have some good news to report on our rebates we received. Can you tell the total?
Yeah, so this is for October through December. We're getting a rebate from our medications for $18,321.
Awesome.
That's been on between about 9 to 10, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's fantastic to get that kind of figures.
Yeah, when you think about that, we've collected back almost $60,000 last year, and that's something we never got before we were self-insured.
I think the last quarter was about 8,000 or so.
And on top of that, we were able to lower premiums for our employees.
Yeah.
So things are going well with insurance.
I know we're doing pretty good with our self-insurance deal. You can have some hiccups, but
Yeah.
it'll turn around 9 times out of 10, it'll work.
These type of hiccups is what we like though.
Yes.
More refund and lower premium.
The other thing we want to talk about is there's been some confusion with, you guys having meetings with department heads and saying how COVID is going to be handled for pay. And earlier this year, you guys had a meeting, an open meeting, and talked about how we were going to pay for COVID. Just so where I was coming from, I thought we had a meeting earlier this year and that you guys had said, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll say that. I thought that you said that if they were able to prove they got COVID at the workplace, they were paid 65% and the rest sick time if they had already used their COVID time off, because everybody was allowed those 40 hours of time off. And then if they got contracted COVID outside of work, they were supposed to use their sick time. But now we're hearing that some department heads have been told that anyone that gets COVID at work gets 100% pay. So I'm just needing clarification. Because payroll's due and people are asking me questions.
You're gonna have to pull up the meeting that it come into, but I can remember myself saying 60% if they caught it during work hours, they have to prove, I guess, in some way, shape, or form.
First time was.
First time they got it.
First time they
2
got
weeks. The second time,
60%. If they had vacation time available to make up the other difference on pay, for sick leave, they could.
That'd be their choice.
It'd be their choice, but, and then if they contracted it outside of the workplace, then it would be sick time or
Vacation.
their vacation, whatever.
Because I know you guys have mentioned that, it could be abused or whatever, so you were saying this. So can we put that in a motion so that it's in the minutes or something?
Has there just been one issue come up for this month? One's all we're aware of.
Well, no, I have another department that's
One's all we're
telling
told
people
so far.
something. I have another department that I was telling them what I thought you guys had said. So it's 60% is what you said, not 65.
60%, I think.
I don't recall.
I think it's 60.
Okay.
I don't think the problem is the case. I think the problem is there's a lot of people saying different things.
Yeah, we just want to get
We
one.
need to clarify
You
just
get
exactly what we think.
Yeah.
And I don't recall the percentage.
It's been too long ago, but I'm almost saying it's 60%. If I'm
Yeah,
correct.
I was thinking 65, you might have said 60.
I
so
think it was
whatever.
about 50, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I don't remember.
Your memory's probably a lot better than mine.
So,
Well, like I said, the conversation I remember was, yeah, if you had to use that 2 weeks that we were talking about last year, then you can use it this year. Am I correct with that?
Right, if you've never used it, it doesn't matter when you get it, you still got those 2 weeks.
Right.
But once you've used those 2 weeks, then it's a different story.
Okay. And then I thought, once you contracted it on the job, that we were picking it up too, but again, like Jesse said, that 67% or whatever it was, it's been long enough to deal with, I guess. I don't remember the complete conversation.
I think it was similar to what we do, and it was 60%. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive, 60%.
Okay. Everybody in agreement with that then? So I'm assuming you're typing something up.
yes.
Okay. While she's doing that, Carl Lee's request earlier.
Do we need more paperwork for that?
I mean, it's based on the county policy, and it
Policy, as long as it doesn't affect the employee's
performance.
job performance.
Basically, he's wanting to, inform this individual one way or the other by today.
Well, yeah, today was kind of a deadline. You know, one thing that kind of questioned me, and maybe we was gonna have him come back, maybe. One thing, what kind of dollar figure is a person looking at to train somebody up to the level that individual's at?
Pardon me?
What's that individual start at wage wise? I mean, I think there's a lot of questions.
I can text him and see if he's still around, but.
I mean, I don't.
You can't start in above, level 3 unless it's approved by us.
Right.
And an individual with very little background would definitely be at 1.
Yeah.
I don't think there's significant difference between step 1, 2, and 3, but I don't know what.
Well, yeah. There's a lot of.
Andrea, why don't you just get up and walk over to Carl's office and see if he's there?
He's not.
Probably not.
He ain't answering him.
I'll see if he's up.
Thank
We
you.
could do that.
Thank you, Andrea.
Or I could call him.
He might be on the telephone, not able to talk to you.
I forget he's just right there.
Are we supposed to do anything with this here? The map that was dropped off this morning? Zoning?
It's a zoning permit, it's all.
Okay.
He's outside. Chelsea's gonna have him come in.
Okay.
I don't know what this individual title would be for sure, but the difference between A and C is not very much.
Okay, I have a motion and add to it or change whatever you see.
Okay.
Move to approve 100% COVID pay, which would be 40 hours, for employees contracting COVID for the first time. For those employees that can contract COVID a second time or more and can prove it was contracted at work, employees receive 60% pay supplemented by sick or vacation. Employees that contract COVID outside of work need to use sick or vacation time.
Does this include quarantine?
It has to.
It says contracted, but
Okay.
just quarantine doesn't necessarily
Contracting.
mean you contract.
For quarantine.
Or mandatory quarantine, yeah.
I think quarantine's got to be a part of it.
And now it seems it doesn't make a difference if you got a shot or not, so
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
you still got quarantine.
Yeah.
Carl just walked past.
Okay.
Okay, so I've added quarantined and all that.
Okay.
I was out in the parking lot in Greenwood County.
Is it still hot out there?
Makes me want to be out putting up little square bills.
No, sir.
So,
Well, let's finish Andy's deal here real quick. Are you good, Andy?
Yeah, I think I'm good. I can read it one more time, or we can go on.
Let's
whatever.
just make the just have her read it, make the motion,
Yeah.
vote on it, and be done with it.
Move to approve 100% COVID pay 40 hours for employees contracting COVID or mandatory quarantine
Should
for
be
the first
80.
time.
Should be 2 weeks.
2 weeks, 80 hours.
Okay, 2 weeks. Oh,
80
sorry.
hours.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, 80 hours. Thank you.
No
I've
problem.
been wrong. Okay. Move to approve 100% COVID pay. 80 hours for employees contracting COVID or mandatory quarantine for the first time. For those employees that contract COVID or are quarantined a second time or more and can prove it was contracted at work, employees receive 60% pay supplemented by sick or vacation. Employees that contract COVID or are quarantined from outside of work need to use sick or vacation time.
I'll make that motion.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for clarifying.
Sorry for the confusion.
That's okay.
Good, Carl.
Do we need to go into executive session to discuss, finish this up?
I don't feel a great need. I think Jesse's question was, so if you were to hire someone of lesser experience, what would the dollar amount be to,
Or where would it be on the scale?
where would they be on a scale? Well, not to mention
What would it cost to bring the second or third person, or what would it cost to bring a person inside the county up to the qualifications of the individual that's a mile outside of the county? What would be a projected dollar figure on that?
I really don't have one.
I mean, that would be a
Full pay scale, I would start him out right where Courtney started out at it, pay grade 50.
That's what pay grade are you starting at?
This would be a pay grade 50, just as where the position's at right now.
Pay grade 50?
Yeah, and that would be 21.74 an hour, or 45,219 per year.
Starting at step A?
Yes. I have to remember how it's listed on your chart, because I just wrote it down, what the hour and what the salary was. I didn't put A by it.
So the second or third choice, you'd be looking at the same step A.
Right.
No brainer for me.
Kind of no brainer too.
I mean, other than the individual is a mile and a half outside of the county.
And it sounds like for the department head,
If
that could be waived.
I mean, it's the department heads.
says in the policy manual, if this department has a recommendation
Yeah.
that we can hire outside the county. And if he's vetted,
And I fully understand that, but I think with our policy, I've seen the commission too many times say, we'll waive it this time. To me, if you're hiring a truck driver and he lives a mile outside the county line, that doesn't affect his work as a truck driver. So what's the difference? That's my opinion. So
He's still my number one. I mean,
you're number one, and I fully understand that.
So,
If he's that strong of a number one, I think it's gonna be hard to step, not to allow you to do it.
right,
And to me, you've got the right to do it.
right.
Since you're the department.
That's the way I want to go.
I'm sorry.
That's the way I want to go.
we're not going against policy because it's in the policy manual for a reason, and I'm assuming this is the reason. It'll make a big difference if we're just talking somebody 60 miles away or something like that, but it's a mile off.
This is more of a traveling position anyway, isn't it? More, I mean,
Well, they would have to come in every day, but it goes to if there was going to a meeting in Topeka, they can meet us at the JSB building, or they can meet us at the Vita, that allows that type of flexibility. And then when we talked about it, if there's some type of an emergency where they would need to be there at the top end of the county, they're already there. Or if we needed to have them meet someone at the JSB for some reason, in the pinch of a moment.
Would they be taking county vehicle?
That's what I said, we're not furnishing.
No, we're not. No, they would have to come in. I mean, if I requested them to go to the JSB for a reason to meet somebody, it would be in their vehicle. I'm not gonna send a vehicle home with them.
or make them come all the way down here and get the vehicle and go all the way back up. Be senseless.
Unless there was a designated reason way ahead of time that would justify it.
So kind of going along with another employee we have, would the agreement be as long as they live at that location? Because if they decide to move to the north side of Osage County, we still want to hire them?
I would think that would be, yes, I would agree with you on that. Because this person is in very close proximity of Coffee County. If they would move and it's further away, and I believe that I would be part of it.
Kind of I guess to me, it's kind of a no-win situation. First of all, I kind of feel that we have a policy for a reason. Second of all, yes, I know the policy says we can waiver it, and I take your confidence that this is the person that we have, and I'm gonna hold it against you if it doesn't work out. So
I don't expect that.
I think that I could probably support it this time, as long as that person stays at that residence, doesn't change their resident in the other county. If he wants to move to Coffee County, I'm fine. If he'll change his residence from anywhere else other than where it is established and when he's hired, I think that should be part of the agreement, if that's where you will stay.
Okay.
I support it that way.
All right.
Yeah, I'm fine. I think you gotta move ahead with your, absolutely your number one choice.
Okay.
It's just that far of an outstanding candidate, appears to be.
Okay.
And evidently, that individual came across pretty strong.
I don't think we need a motion. I think you just wait for our approval. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I kind of interpreted the policy.
We'll have to approve the CP on that.
Right.
Right.
Or five. Two.
And then, of course, he's got to go through the screening process.
Right. Proceed.
Contingency.
Sounds like.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks, Carl.
Everybody.
Thanks.
That wasn't so tough, was it? Carl, that wasn't so tough, was it?
No. You're welcome.
Anything else, Andy?
I don't believe I have anything else.
Tim?
No, I do not.
Jesse?
No.
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 For me, it's just, I guess I would apologize to, as far as the financing for this judicial center, jail, whatever. I guess I didn't give it two thoughts really much. I mean, when that was Goldberg and Associates, once I first went on board, I thought, oh, it was kind of decided, but, I stand corrected on that, so I guess everybody be thinking here for the next week, whether or not we want it on the ballot. At the advice of a couple individuals, maybe, maybe not. I think it's a well-needed project for our sheriff's staff, the jailers, all like that. I mean, again, I was not completely on board when I first came here as a commissioner, but the more I educated myself on what they have to go through, the situations they get put into once in a while, it's 100% needed project. So.
After walking through, definitely.
I mean, yeah, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Yeah, I don't, hopefully we won't have to deal with it, so.
When I went in there to have my fingerprints taken, I was very shocked at the confined space that is there, and there's so many people working in it, and so many people that have to live in that confined space area the whole time.
Well, you know, when you think about, we're just in a courthouse, how we're struggling to find space, and, you know, things are momenting forward here. I mean, wow, so worse there, so.
To handle working in the offices and in the space that they have to work with all day long.
Like everything else in 1984, it's probably creme de la creme.
But there was a song about that, 1984.
Oh, probably. Got that song about every year, don't they? Andrea?
Just a couple small things. This is the entryway out on the east side of the courthouse. The color is not that great, but it's that tile. As soon as you walk in, that the sealant is coming off on, basically.
Actually, this is an area, excuse me, that I know something about. That actually concrete cedar, some of it's high in solids, some of it's low in solids. It gets, when it gets chalky like it's getting, it loses its luster, it's time to do something with that sealant that's on there. It should be if you go out there sometime when bars water and you see it nice and wet and it looks pristine, that's how it should look. It shouldn't look chalky like it does now.
This is that tile I put down not too many
Well,
years.
it's stamped concrete is what it is.
Okay.
But anyway, that sealer's on there either too heavy or it's just too high in solids, which makes that turn out chalky like it is. So one way to remedy it, and it's a long process, and I spoke with Barbara about it. She's really not comfortable doing it because it's kind of out of her realm of knowledge, and I understand that. But you can't just do it in a day. You have to use, it's like a paint thinner, and be repetitive, come back every week and hit it again, hit it again, hit it again, until you get that thinned out enough to break down in solids.
And then you come back in and reseal it?
No,
No,
leave it alone for a while.
leave it alone. Huh?
Yeah. Once you get it back to its luster, so to speak, then you can walk away.
And that's
Yeah, on the east
side.
Yeah.
So is it a tripping hazard, or is it just?
No, it's not a tripping hazard, it's just a cosmetic thing. I mean, we can leave it chalky and not do anything with it, or we can try and get it back to what it looked like day one, which, like I say, when you get it wet out there while she's watering, is what it should look like.
Mm-hmm.
With all due respect, my back patio probably needs cedar on it. It don't look a whole lot better.
Do we need to retain somebody to come in and look at it, give us a cost to redo it?
Again, that's why we're bringing it to you guys, whatever you think you want to do. I know, who was that firm before, Angie? Or did you get that?
I did.
It was Joel JT Contracting out of Fort Scott is who we had to do the project. They're the only ones that would bid on it back then, so.
Okay.
And I don't know if he's still doing stuff or not.
If it's just cosmetic, I have no problem with it the way it is. I mean, if it's non-functional, then we need to fix it, but if it's just cosmetic,
Over time, that cedar will break down. I mean, it'll take a long time, but It will break down. Or you can start thinning it out now, start breaking it
If it
down.
will eventually break down, best thing to do is fix it right.
Up to you, though. Something to think
Might
about.
call somebody and have them come in and.
It isn't gonna hurt to have anybody give us a price.
Exactly.
Then
We don't want it to look like crap, but
yeah, and then we can make a decision after we get value.
thousands and thousands of dollars to fix something we're walking on.
We can get on the internet on a couple of few.
Some places to get
Yeah.
there.
That's probably what they're.
I'll help you with that. Do you have anything else?
The only other thing is Creighton Cox is gonna be replacing some lights. He says more will eventually need to be replaced, but in the district court hallway and the basement hallway by EOC, those have been kind of an ongoing issue that pose a potential hazard with the lights themselves. So he's gonna be replacing a couple of actual lights in the ceiling. He said he'd attention pretty quickly. He's getting those and they should be coming in and get those replaced.
Good.
That's it.
What'd you find out about the air conditioner for the,
Modern Air is actually gonna be coming in to see if what they have, what they can make it work with the new unit, because otherwise it's gonna be 8 weeks before they can get the coil that's actually supposed to go with the new unit, so they should be coming in, hopefully, they're getting hold of me today. So let me know, because otherwise, yeah, they've been sitting down there with fans, but that's the quickest fix, is to get the new unit with hopefully a coil that they can attach to the existing.
is it gonna get hot this week?
Yep, that's it for me.
Anybody else have anything else they want to add? No, we'll adjourn at 1:34.
I said. Time to go crawl in the truck.
Good, the road. Squeeze it under here, get dressed here.
Well, have a good week.
Did you? Take care.